that we see in the pictures, and just in about an hour's time, we would know what exactly is on which the two sides have agreed upon by way of those agreements and MOUs that would be announced during that joint statement between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yes. Abhishek, also what we are looking forward is to defense and tech outcomes. We'll be expecting those defense and tech outcomes. Let's go to Abhishek. I'll just go to Ratna Chakrabarti, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. And on this, I'd love to know from you, Ratna, and since you're there and you're following this from the sport. I would like to know from you that what can we expect in terms of the defense and tech outcomes from the Modi-Netanyahu talks, which are happening as we speak right now?
Yeah, of course. As some of the points were mentioned, the talks may also happen in buying Israel's Iron Beam, is one of the best inventions that have happened and have taken down the interception cost of missiles by a significant amount. And looking at the position of India right now, what we have seen on Operation Sindhu, this would be a huge addition. There might also be an MOU to tie up with top defense systems and collaboration for offensive weapons, according to what local medias are reporting here. In the field of defensive system, deals are only expected to focus on the Israeli aerospace industry, IAI's missile defense system, the Rafael's David Sling, and the Iron Dome. So we have to see what the defense deal exactly entails, and probably we will get to know in about a bit. So a lot of the deals are expected, and according to what Jerusalem Post was reporting, the India and Israel expand defense ties with a deal worth up to $10 billion USD.
Right. Okay, we just heard, Ratna, there that the leaders in Israel are making it very clear that India is in the future for the Middle East, and Middle East is in the future for India. We have seen a very strong diplomatic signals being sent from both the sides. So what does this really mean for the future of our bilateral ties with Israel?
Well, Prime Minister also made it very clear in his speech yesterday that he has a lot of projects planned for the Middle East, which also includes Israel here. One of them, of course, is the I2U2, which was a very important element, bringing in India, Israel, UAE, and US. And also the planned India-Middle East-Europe corridor, which positions India and Israel as technology and logistic anchors, respectively, within this larger value chains that tie South Asia to Europe via the Gulf. So India is playing a very important role, and this helps Israel as well in a lot of domains, because what Israel has got the technology and what India has is the scalability, which it could use to its own advantage.
Right. Okay. Yes. Ratna, okay, so we see that there's a new framework when it comes to technology and defense. What about AI? What about cybersecurity? These are also some of the other topics. We can expect a lot of collaboration on that front, because we see that AI is one of the, we remember the AI summit that India had hosted just a few days ago, and it got so much of accolades from leaders all over the world. And we can expect perhaps some more cooperation there with Israel.
I'm sure there would be more Indo-Israeli joint labs and accelerators when it comes to AI and cyberspace and climate tech. We have also seen the Prime Minister visit the innovation exhibition yesterday with Prime Minister Netanyahu, where he saw a lot of the state-of-art AI and cyber tech on display. And so I'm sure there would be a lot of conversation, collaboration in this field, and even when India is looking forward to actually increase this, and deepen its cooperation with Israel in defense system, some of the things, including artificial intelligence-based drones and cybersecurity, would be on the radar as well for the Prime Minister.
Right. Okay. Ratna, coming back to you, because, as we put these pictures out, we have seen that there has been a cultural exchange as well. Prime Minister Modi paying a tribute to the Holocaust victims. We have seen a cultural exchange as it happens whenever Prime Minister Modi travels to any nation. So do you think that this is, soft diplomacy? And this, of course, is soft diplomacy. How does soft diplomacy really figure out here when it comes to Israel and India? We're talking about people-to-people connect. This is a very important part of every visit of Prime Minister Modi's visits, especially when he goes to other countries to build diplomatic ties with them.
Yeah. So one of the good things about Israelis is they have a very positive image about India. Almost 71%, according to a survey, shows that positively looked at India. Israelis looked at India, and a lot of Israelis, young Israelis, when they Egyptian service in the army, the first thing they do is to take a trip to India. So the Prime Minister even highlighted that in his speech when he said yesterday that he invited even a lot of other Israelis to travel to India, and he also mentioned how when he was the chief minister of Gujarat and he came in the early 2000s, there were only a handful of yoga studios. Now, yoga has been so popularized in Israel that there is a yoga studio in every neighborhood. And that shows the soft power of India. Also, the role of Indian caregivers and construction workers and engineers that have also played a very important role in Israel. So India has a very important role to play when it comes to the people-to-people links as well. We see the Indian Jews, one of the only Jewish diasporas which have never experienced anti-Semitism in their host countries when they were there in India. So that also gives a very positive image towards India, because all the other Jewish population which have migrated to Israel, made their aliyah, they have faced persecution in European countries. But here, the Indian Jewish diaspora loves India, still preserves their cultural roots. Most of the Bene Israeli community, when you go and meet the Cochin Jews you meet, you will say they speak Malayalam, they speak Marathi. They have preserved the Indian culture. They love Indian culture. So when the Prime Minister meets this Jewish diaspora here, it also signals the fact that, which Prime Minister Netanyahu even highlighted in his speech yesterday, that he's very thankful for the fact that Indian Jews have never faced persecution or anti-Semitism while they were in India.
Ratna, remember that address of the Prime Minister Modi at the Knesset? You are there in Israel, so you would be the perfect person to tell us how often do world leaders come to the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, and give an address there? Because this was the first time an Indian leader has done that. How often do you see that happen?
Well, it's not very often that you would see that red carpet is laid for world leader visiting to address the Knesset. And even a lot of exceptions were made for Prime Minister Modi. For example, Sarah Netanyahu didn't appear in public for the last 5 weeks after Miami. This is the first time she went to receive the Prime Minister in the airport with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And after that, we have seen Prime Minister Netanyahu accompanying Prime Minister Modi everywhere. And even with the Knesset speech as well, there were some opposition leaders who walked out during Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech because of the domestic implications that they have. But the moment the Prime Minister Modi walked to the podium, every single person walked back in. They were eager to listen to the Indian Prime Minister. And also, as an Indian here in Israel, it gives a very sense of pride for us, the fact that how India was represented there. All the major newspapers, including the Jerusalem Post, if you see yesterday, had a front page talking about the Prime Minister Modi's visit, which is very rare for other leaders, even who have visited Israel in the recent past, to see that kind of warmth and reception.
Okay, Ratna, hold on for a second. We are waiting for the joint statement of the two leaders. So just waiting for that. It'll begin any time now. Right hand of your screen, we're standing by for the joint statement of both the leaders, Prime Minister Modi and the Prime Minister Netanyahu. We just saw earlier as well that Prime Minister Modi has invited the Israeli president for an India visit. So these are the pictures that we are getting for you. The bilateral talks are underway on your left hand. The bilateral talks are underway right hand. A joint statement which will begin any time now. Prime Minister Modi is on a high-profile visit. This is a second trip to Tel Aviv after the historic 2017 visit. PM Modi has met with Israeli Prime Minister And he has also met with the president, inviting him for an India visit. Netanyahu showered praises on the Indian leader, thanked him for standing by Israel's side after the dastardly attacks on October 7, 2023. PM Modi was among the first leaders to condemn the deadly attacks by Hamas, in which almost 1,200 Israelis were killed and some 250 were kidnapped. Like Ratna was telling us, who's reporting live for us, Ratna was telling us that we have to wait for some more details to come in specifically when it comes to defense deals, FTA. Okay, let's go back to Ratna. Ratna, we're waiting for the joint statement of Prime Minister Modi and Netanyahu. That will begin in a short while from now. And we're to wait and watch, what have both the leaders spoken about and the further collaboration that both the countries will be working on and working together. Now, Prime Minister Modi has invited Israeli President for an India visit. How do you think that is going to go? Because we've seen that the chemistry between the leaders was fantastic. It was clearly on display in the Knesset. Long hugs, standing ovations from the assembled crowd and lawmakers. And now the Israeli president has been invited for an India visit. So a lot to look forward to this year.
It's true. In fact, the Israeli president was very excited to host Prime Minister Modi. He was supposed to visit, the Israeli president supposed to visit India, but the domestic problems that Israel is facing, especially with the war and tensions with Iran, the visit was postponed, but the Prime Minister invited him to visit. And this symbolizes that India has really moved from that cautious engagement pre-2014 to a very deep engagement with Israel. And they're trying to get more deeper into this engagement with Israel with more security arrangements. And this shows the high-level visits that we are seeing now with the Prime Minister coming here and the President now invited to visit. Even Prime Minister Netanyahu was supposed to visit India earlier this year, but that got cancelled. So we're seeing a lot of the high-level visits, but I'm sure there would be a reciprocal visit by the Prime Minister of Israel as well sometime in the future.
Right. Ratna, when Prime Minister Modi addressed the Knesset, and we were just speaking about that, Prime Minister Modi addressed the Israeli parliament, and he spoke about India is absolutely uncompromising. We don't compromise when it comes to terrorism. There's zero tolerance policy towards terrorism, no double standard. Now, this is not just Prime Minister Modi speaking there, the Knesset, Ratna. This is India's stand on terrorism, even when we talk about global forums. Very important, because we see that Prime Minister Modi has supported the Gaza Peace Initiative, saying it is necessary to sustain the process of peace building in the region. How do you see this comment of the Prime Minister Modi, given the regional tensions?
Prime Minister Modi is actually visiting Israel at a very crucial time, because the 48-hour deadline that the United States gave to Iran actually collapsed, and the Geneva talk starts from today. So, and the United States have made it clear that they were open for a limited strike on Iran if they don't get back on the table. So he has, and there's a military, of course, build-up right now, as we see in the Middle East, with a lot of planes landing in Israel. So he's visiting at a very crucial time. So he made it very clear that India also stands for peace, and he supports the idea of the Gaza peace. But also at the same time, one of the things that India has done was, India was one of the first countries after October 7 to acknowledge that it was an act of terror, because there were citizens and innocent civilians who were murdered by the barbaric act of terrorism on October 7 by Hamas. And he stressed that both India and Israel are victims of terrorism. And he emphasized that, like Israel, India also have no double standards on terrorism, and we have also endured the pain of terrorism for a long time. So this makes the Israelis understand that why the Indian Prime Minister knows what Israel is going through, because we have gone through the same problem with terrorism back in India.
Right. Okay, and we're waiting for that joint statement, which will be coming in very soon. So you can see on your left hand of your screen, we see this is the address, the Knesset address that Prime Minister Modi made. Then we see just an hour or two back, Prime Minister Modi visited the Holocaust Memorial, paid tributes to the victims of the Holocaust in the presence of the Prime Minister Netanyahu, and the bilateral meet which is happening right now. So 3 big moments from Prime Minister Modi's Israel visit, bilateral talks happening as we speak, and the historic Knesset address on that we showed you. It was a very big address, like we were speaking, Ratna, because not every day, like you discussed, a world leader gets to go to the Knesset and give an address. Coming back to you, let's talk about the Indian diaspora, because Indian diaspora waits for Prime Minister Modi. Wherever Prime Minister Modi goes, they wait to greet him. They greet him with a lot of enthusiasm. And when will that address happen of Prime Minister Modi to the Indian diaspora in Israel? Because every time the Indian diaspora says that even though they might not be staying on their motherland here in India, their heart is still Indian.
No, that's true. And in fact, that's what the Prime Minister made it clear yesterday in his speech when he said that India was the motherland and Israel is the fatherland for a lot of the Indian Jews who have migrated from Israel and are right now have migrated from India and are now residing in Israel. And that's something which the Indian Jews, the Jewish diaspora here actually feels, because they haven't left their Indian roots. They're extremely proud of the Indian roots. And they're doing well when it comes to business, when it comes to serving Israeli military or police. And that's what the Prime Minister actually mentioned, that he's extremely proud of the Indian Jewish diaspora. So is the Indian Jewish diaspora also proud of the Indian roots, because it's not every day that you would see that the Jewish diaspora, there are American Jewish diaspora, there are the Jewish diaspora, but they will not be as same excited to see their president or their state of leaders coming and queuing up and then talking about their positive experience in the country. Yesterday, the Prime Minister interacted with a few members of the Indian Jewish diaspora, and today as well, before he departs to India, he will actually have another set of conversation with the prominent members of the Indian Jewish diaspora here in Israel.
Right. Okay. And it's very obvious, Ratna, with all these pictures that we are getting for our viewers, waiting for the joint statement coming up next. But, what Prime Minister Modi, his historic speech and the kind of red carpet welcome that Prime Minister Modi was accorded, it's very clear that India is an important partner to Israel. But I think we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to the next set of breaking news we're getting for our viewers. Okay, JNU, pictures coming in from JNU and
गेट से देख रहे हैं जहां पर यूजीसी को लेकर लगातार जो छात्र हैं वो प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। उनका साफ तौर पर कहना यह है कि यूजीसी लागू होना चाहिए और इसी को लेकर लगातार आपको बता दें जेएनयू में या फिर आसपास की जो यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं वहां पर भी प्रोटेस्ट हुआ और आज यहां पर यूजीसी को लेकर एक बार फिर से आयसा ग्रुप के जो लोग हैं, जो जेएनयू के छात्र हैं लेफ्ट विंग के, वो प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लोगों के हाथों में झंडा है और लगातार नारेबाजी करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। गेट के अंदर की ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं और जहां पर गेट को पूरे तरीके से लॉक किया गया है। लॉक करने के बाद ताले लगाए गए हैं, 2 से 3 ताले लगाए गए हैं, जिसमें से एक ताला छात्रों ने तोड़ दिया है। दूसरी तरफ अगर आपको दिखाएं तो दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम और रैपिड एक्शन की फोर्स जो है यहाँ पर मौजूद है। देखिए इस वक्त ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से नारेबाजी करते हुए ये छात्र नजर आ रहे हैं। छात्रों की ये मांग है कि यूजीसी लागू होना चाहिए, जबकि यूजीसी को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिलहाल जो है रोक लगा दी है, लेकिन इसी को लेकर लगातार छात्र जो है वो प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। इस वक्त दिल्ली पुलिस जो है भारी संख्या में यहाँ पर मोर्चा संभालने के लिए मौजूद है और पुलिस की टीम जो है वो लगातार निवेदन कर रही है, छात्रों से अपील कर रही है कि वो इस तरीके की तोड़फोड़ ना करें, क्योंकि आगे चलकर छात्रों के लिए प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है और एक एक पाई की भरपाई जो है छात्रों को करनी पड़ेगी। तो इस तरीके का अपील करते हुए दिल्ली पुलिस नजर आ रही है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आप देखेंगे तो छात्र छात्र लगातार प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं इस वक्त जेएनयू कि ये तस्वीरें जहां पर लेफ्ट विंग के छात्र जो है वो प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और चारों तरफ आपको दिखेगा किस तरीके से जहां तक आप नजर घुमाएंगे वहां पर सिर्फ छात्र नजर आ रहे हैं और लगातार इस गेट को तोड़ के, इस ताले को, जो ताला लगा हुआ है गेट पे, उसे तोड़कर आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हालांकि पुलिस ने डबल लेयरिंग की जंजीर लगाई हुई है और उसके बाद 2 ताले लगाए हुए हैं। एक ताले को इसमें से छात्रों ने तोड़ दिया है और लगातार नारेबाजी करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। भारी संख्या में यहाँ पर रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स और दिल्ली पुलिस की टीमें जो है वो मौजूद है और लगातार इस मोर्चे को संभालने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। छात्रों की मांग है कि यूजीसी जो है वो लागू होना चाहिए और इसी को लेकर आज यहाँ पर छात्र मौजूद है भारी संख्या में और लगातार प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। यूजीसी लागू करने की मांग जो है वो कर रहे हैं। दूसरी तरफ अगर आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो यहाँ पर पूरे रोड को जो है वो ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है। इस तरफ से भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये रोड पूरे तरीके से ब्लॉक है, दूसरी तरफ से भी रोड जो है वो ब्लॉक है और यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो 3 से 4 लेयर की, इस तरफ स्कूल की गेट की तरफ अगर आप देखेंगे तो 3 से 4 लेयरिंग की गई है बैरिकेड्स की और यहाँ पर रैपिड एक्शन की फोर्स जो है वो मौजूद है। दिल्ली पुलिस की टीमें मौजूद है भारी संख्या में और लगातार दिल्ली पुलिस जो है वो अपील भी कर रही है कि इस प्रोटेस्ट को अब बंद कर दिया जाए और किसी भी तरीके का कोई तोड़फोड़ ना किया जाए। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे तो लगातार जो स्टूडेंट हैं वो नारेबाजी करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
Okay, we're getting these live pictures coming in. This is the JNU campus in Delhi. They are first on Republic TV. You can see a lot of security forces are already on standby because these protests could get a little violent, perhaps, like it does in JNU. So protests erupt outside JNU once again. Left group demands UGC regulations to be brought in immediately. Let's go across to our colleague. We are being joined by Kajal. Kajal, left groups are protesting at JNU demanding UGC regulations with the Vemula Act, and it looks like a lot of security is on standby. What is the state of the protest now?
जी, यहाँ पर यूजीसी को लेकर लगातार प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है और अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये जेएनयू का गेट है और यहाँ पर छात्र जो है वो भारी संख्या में मौजूद हैं जो लगातार प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस, दिल्ली पुलिस मुर्दाबाद के भी नारे लगाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। इसके अलावा अगर आप देखेंगे तो गेट पर 2 लेयरिंग की जंजीर लगाई गई है, उसके बाद ताले लगाए गए हैं जिसमें से एक ताला छात्रों ने तोड़ दिया है और अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर गेट के बाद 4 लेयरिंग की बैरिकेड की गई है ताकि छात्र आगे ना बढ़ पाए और दिल्ली पुलिस के द्वारा लगातार ये निवेदन किया जा रहा है, ये अपील की जा रही है कि छात्र आगे ना बढ़े और किसी तरीके का तोड़फोड़ ना करे। उसके बावजूद भी यहाँ पर छात्रों ने पहला जो ताला था वो तोड़ दिया है और रैपिड एक्शन की फोर्स भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है। दिल्ली पुलिस की फोर्स यहाँ पर भारी संख्या में मौजूद है। वाटर टैंक जो है वो भी मौजूद है और लगातार पुलिस जो है वो पूरे तरीके से गेट के सामने मुस्तैद है और तैनात है और लगातार यही अपील की जा रही है कि छात्र अब वापस लौट जाएं और आगे बढ़ना सख्त मना है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी छात्र आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनके हाथों में तमाम तरीके के झंडे हैं और जो है लगातार वो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं और यही मांग कर रहे हैं कि यूजीसी जो है वो लागू होना चाहिए। इस वक्त ये तस्वीरें आप जेएनयू गेट की देख रही हैं जहां पर छात्र जो है लेफ्ट विंग के वो आगे बढ़ने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस लगातार उन्हें रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है। दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना यही है कि आगे ना बढ़े और इस जो प्रोटेस्ट को है यहीं पर विराम दे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी छात्र आगे बढ़ने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए अभी भी नजर आ रहे हैं। छात्रों का कहना यह है कि यूजीसी लागू होना चाहिए। इससे पहले भी दिल्ली के कई यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं जहां पर प्रोटेस्ट देखा गया यूजीसी रेगुलेशन को लेकर और आज एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर लेफ्ट विंग के जो छात्र हैं उनका साफ तौर पर कहना ये है कि यूजीसी लागू होना चाहिए। यहाँ पर छात्र नारेबाजी करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
Okay, staying with these pictures which are coming in, viewers. Okay, let's take a short break. Pictures coming in first on Republic TV. You see that the protests have erupted outside JNU once again. Left groups are creating a stir. They are demanding UGC regulation with the Vemula Act. The security forces are on standby in case we see the protests get out of control. We will be getting you latest on this live development, but stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had...
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen,
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane,
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. And the top focus in this bulletin will be PM's two-day Israel visit. Now, India-Isrel have held bilateral meeting. And what's next? The next is there will be an issuing of a joint statement on defense deals, FTA on agenda. We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more. But let's first have a look at the top headlines of the hour. India-Isrel hold bilateral meeting to issue joint statement next. Defense deals, FTA on agenda. ED questions Anil Ambani in connection with money laundering and fraud charges. CBI also registers a case against Anil Ambani, initiating a fresh investigation into Bank of Baroda charges. Court stays proceedings linked to the Kerala story, granting interim relief amid legal challenge. Dramatic face-off erupts between two police units. Visuals accessed show a tense on-ground confrontation. Republic exclusive. Did Congress attempt to buy influencers and run down the AI India Impact Summit? BJP claims conspiracy was bigger. And also, self-styled godman Avi Mukteshwaranand in bigger trouble as he's likely to be questioned on POCSO case and sexual assault charges. And top focus, strong message from Indian Army. Army leadership signals operational readiness along the Western Front. Say, we are ready to enter from the land route. CGI pulls up NCERT over textbook content and accountability. Seek clear response on revisions. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, the Kerala High Court on Thursday granted an interim stay against the release of the film, that is, the Kerala Story 2 Goes Beyond, that is the sequel of Kerala Story 1, saying that prima facie, there is no application of mind by the censor board while certifying the movie. Justice Bichu Khurri and Thomas passed the order on 2 pleas challenging the release of the film. The film was scheduled to be released on February 27, and now there is a stay.
Once the film is cleared by the CBFC, I don't think we need to really look into this. And why the row has erupted is because the Kerala state government had put a case and they were not very happy with the first Kerala stories, and now the Kerala stories part 2. So the issues continue because when you're depicting the reality of a state which has been happening and what we saw in Kerala Story 1 and then what we are showing in Kerala Story 2, I think when you're depicting what is collected from the data, and the data is not something which is created, it is what is out there on the platform for everyone to see, the realities. And if that we say that showing that as a real reality to be put out as the real picture, and if that is an issue, then I don't know what else can be shown. But yes, I have seen that the court has observed, saying with a very strong statement that it can disrupt the communal harmony of Kerala. And I don't know how that is going to go down well, but Kerala is known for a very, very harmonious state. And we'll have to wait and watch, because for 2 weeks there's been a stall on the film release. So we'll have to wait and watch, and I think the producers are going to fight it out, and we just have to wait and watch what happens. But I wouldn't look at this as the victory of the Kerala government. I would see rather tell a very clear picture to others who probably at every given opportunity, at a drop of a hat, they say that it is everything, whatever happens, whether there's a CBI raid, there's an ED raid, or there is something about banning a film, or stopping the release of a film, then it's like, okay, BJP is trying to arm twist and asking the government and taking all the independent bodies in their hand, and they're trying to have a complete Nazi rule. But here we have the Supreme Court working on its own and giving a decision about a film, despite CBFC clearing the certificate of the film.
All right. The major question that arises here, why do a certain kind of film, certain genre of film, they are facing more criticism, more scrutiny when it comes to certification every now and then? Because clearly we are not going to speak anything against the court, but specifically the kind of, whether it be Kerala Story 1, whether it be Kashmir Files, or any story that is not left-leaning in ideology and which presents facts from different sources, why they are facing more scrutiny? Your take on that? Because they get challenged a lot. The matter reaches the court only after some... All right, viewers, these are the visuals. These visuals are coming from Shiliguri, West Bengal. Live visuals on your television screen. These are the visuals of a protest that is happening right now, and the police is using a water cannon, and tear gas shells have been fired. This is a developing story. We'll share more details to you. Now, this comes from Shiliguri, Darjeeling, West Bengal, where Adivasi community was holding protest march towards North Bengal Secretariat over tribal assault case. Now, police have erected barricades to stop protesters, and police can clearly be seen using water cannons and smoke guns to disperse the protesters. Now, this was from the Adivasi community, that is the tribal community in West Bengal. Visuals coming from Shiliguri, Darjeeling, and Adivasi community is holding a protest march towards North Bengal Secretariat over tribal assault case. Now, police have erected barricades to stop protesters.
सब पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ। हाँ, मैं तो बस में मैं तो ये थी, मैं मेरे ये पर नहीं लगा, ये थोड़ा धक्का लगा, इन पर लाठीचार्ज ही किया गया, सब पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ। ये क्या बात है? कैसी ये है पुलिस बाहिनी? कैसा है ये? तो पुलिस का ही तो ये है, जो आज का जो मुद्दा है वो तो पुलिस के लिए है, ममता बनर्जी के लिए है। स्वराष्ट्र दफ्तर किसका है? ममता बनर्जी का है। आज के ममता बनर्जी पुलिस को ऐसे बोले, देखिए कि कितना झंडा है, कितना पुलिस है।
विरोध कर रहे थे आप लोग, किस चीज की विरोध कर रहे थे?
हम लोग आ रहे थे एक ही बात लेके। देखिए, उत्तर कन्नड़ में हम लोग जाने वाले थे। आदिवासी महिला का जो धर्षण हुआ, उसको ऐसे पिटाई किया गया, उसका बच्चा भी मरा गया। ये कैसी बात है? इसका कोई विचार नहीं है। स्वराष्ट्र दफ्तर के मंत्री ममता बनर्जी है, लेकिन कोई विचार नहीं है, कानून को कोई नहीं है। पश्चिम बंगाल में कोई कानून नहीं है।
ट्राइबल के ऊपर क्या अटैक हुआ?
बहुत अटैक हुआ ट्राइबल के ऊपर। देखिए, ये आ रहे थे उत्तर कन्नड़ जाने के लिए। उत्तर कन्नड़ तो सबके लिए है, और जाने का अधिकार सबका है, लेकिन ये तो बंद कर दिया गया है। जाने का रास्ता पूरा बंद कर दिया। उसमें जल कमान, उसमें
The protest was by the Adivasi community, and police can be seen firing tear gas shells on the protesters, on the Adivasi community that is protesting right now. Exclusive visuals on your television screen. You can see smoke billowing out. This is from Siliguri. Live pictures, live visuals from West Bengal. This is the police firing tear gas shells on the protesters in West Bengal, Siliguri. And this protest was being conducted by the Adivasi community, and they were conducting a march, and the Adivasi held protest march towards North Bengal Secretariat. And they were holding a march towards North Bengal Secretariat over tribal assault case. All right, for more details, we have Harsha with us to speak, to give more details on the story. Harsha, can you put this into perspective and share details on what exactly was the protest for? The latest details that we are fetching, they are holding a march. The Adivasi community is holding a protest march towards North Bengal Secretariat over tribal assault case. More details, Harsha.
Yes, you're rightly pointing out there was a tribal assault case in the in this sector, and that's the reason why all the protesters have now moved towards the North Bengal Secretariat. If we can use the Adivasis are huge in numbers, and they've been seeking government that a fair inquiry should happen in this case. The assault case for high, it was huge, it was heavy, and Adivasis have not been treated well, and they have been not looked into the way the police FIR and the action should have been taken against those assaulters. They first filed the FIR with the police, but there was no looked upon the case by the police officials. And the fresh visuals on our screen, from Siliguri, West Bengal, where the Adivasis, where the tribals are holding the protest, and the visuals are speaking for itself because Adivasis are huge in numbers, You see the visuals from Siliguri, the water cannons are being used, the police has put up the barricade everywhere, the smoke guns are being used, they are trying to disperse the Adivasis from that particular location, not allowing them to move towards the North Bengal Secretariat, where exactly they want to march towards and hold the protest for the assault case of the tribal Adivasi, which was neglected by the government, which was neglected by the police officials, and they are seeking that the justice should be given to the Adivasis, and this assault case is something which can't be neglected or ignored. And the fresh visuals on the screen, we clearly see that how the protesters are trying to march towards the North Bengal Secretariat. The cannons are being used by the police officials. In fact, the heightened security outside North Bengal Secretariat has been heightened by the West Bengal police officials. Everywhere barricade has been put up, left, right and center, not allowing the Adivasis to move towards the Secretariat. But these are the visuals. Right now the protest is happening as protesters are seeking justice for the assault of the tribal who was assaulted brutally, and the police didn't even file the complaint initially, and they're seeking justice in this matter. These are the visuals from the Siliguri, and the protest has continued from last 1 hour. The protesters first gathered there in numbers to 50 to 100 to move towards North Bengal Secretariat, but after some time the protesters, the numbers kept on increasing, and therefore more than 25 to 30 police officials were first deployed at that place, but now the numbers have increased. The entire route has been blocked, the traffic has been diverted, not allowing these Adivasis tribals to move ahead towards the secretariat. These are the visuals. As we clearly see, the police officials are continuously trying to disperse the protesters, not allowing them to go ahead, but they are now jumping over the barricade, trying to go to the other location. The police officials taking control of the protesters, trying to move them to other location. But right now, these are the visuals. That protesters are huge in number. They are huge in number. They have come from different locations. This protest was organized. It was planned by the Adivasi group to hold against the government, to hold against the police officials of West Bengal, seeking justice for the assault of the tribal, and that the assaulters should be taken into custody. Justice should be given, and an FIR and proper complaint should be registered in this matter. So what we are looking at is the visuals, and till now they have not been dispersed. The protesters seem to be heavy and huge in number. They are continuously increasing as we speak. For now, they have not dispersed from the location. It's being very difficult for the police officials as well to disperse them. So these are the visuals. It is because of the assault and the justice which was not given to the assaulter, justice was not given to that particular Adivasi who was brutally assaulted. Back to you.
Yes, definitely. It's a very big protest. The live visuals, as we can see on the television screen. Now, this is the Adivasi community, and this is a protest which is happening in Siliguri, West Bengal, near Darjeeling. And live visuals, but also the way police has reacted against the peaceful protest that was being organized by the Adivasi community in that region. Harsha, if you can share more details on the reason of the protest, on the assault that was on the tribal woman, the assault that took place on the tribal woman. More details on that too, Harsha.
So the tribal woman was assaulted. She was assaulted brutally. The assault came in light, few days ago. And when the woman was assaulted, the entire family members went towards to lodge a complaint. And in fact, the complaint was not lodged. In fact, they kept on sitting outside the police station to get the complaint lodged against the assault. But the police officials dispersed them that very day when the police complaint was supposed to be lodged. In fact, they went to the local, local leader as well to help them in this certain matter. But they were not helped, and that's the reason why they were seeking. They wanted to have a peaceful protest march towards the North Bengal Secretariat, and this very moment, since morning, were gathered there to move towards North Bengal Secretariat and to ensure that this matter is looked by the government. They take it seriously. The matter is registered, and the justice should be given. And that's the reason why since morning only 30 people, 30 Adivasis were there gathered, in Siliguri, this particular area, moving towards Secretariat, but the police used the force. The police used the force the moment they were heading towards the Secretariat, and that moment the force was used by police officials. They started throwing water cannons and smoke guns at them instantly when they started their march. So these are the visuals, and it gets more and more, and you see more and more in huge numbers now. The protesters have gathered. Now they have taken a particular site, particular route going towards from the service area, but they are not been allowed to come to the main road. But still, the force used by police officers have not been controlled. They are still using water cannon. They are still using smoke guns. They are still not letting the protesters jump the barricade. They are jumping from the barricade to go towards Secretariat, and it's very, it's very sad. It's very sad state that a woman was brutally assaulted. The entire family members went to the police officers to get the case registered. The case was not registered. In fact, the assaulters were not arrested. They were, they fled from this spot. They were not even searched by the police officers. That was the anger amongst the Adivasis in this entire matter. Back to you.
Definitely, clearly negligence on the part of the police when they did not register a complaint in this matter on the assault of the tribal woman. The family went to the police station, but they neglected the victim, and they did not register a complaint. And this is a very big protest which is happening right now in North Bengal, in Siliguri, in the North Bengal region of West Bengal. This pictures are coming, live visuals coming in from Siliguri, West Bengal, on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen. And people have gathered in a very large number. Harsha, if you can describe more on the visuals, It seems to be a very big protest right now, which is happening in the Siliguri region over the assault of a tribal woman, over the assault of a tribal. More details on this, because they have been demanding justice, and justice was denied, and hence the protest that is taking place.
Yes, we see the visuals as we see that the protesters are running. They are, they are with the placards. They are burning the effigy. The entire area could not be cordoned off. And these are the live visuals, the live visuals of just now. When we are speaking right now, these are the live visuals when the protesters deny to cordon off the area, and the police trying hard, using hard force to cordon off. They are, in fact, using the force. The lathis are also being used, but the visuals speak for itself. You see, they are burning the effigy fire all down in the middle of the route. In the middle of the main road, we can see the effigies are being burnt, and also the placards which are being used, and also sloganeering against the government, which is heavy, which is huge. These are the fresh visuals, and let me tell you, the protesters are not just 50 to 60. They are more in number. There are approximately.
All right, viewers, these are the live pictures coming in from Israel, and this after the bilateral talks that took place between India and Israel, between Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the Israeli president. And there's a lot on the agenda, and exclusive pictures, live visuals, first on Republic on your television screen, as you can see right now.
One defined by the deep friendship between Prime Minister Netanyahu and Prime Minister Modi, and by the ongoing and remarkable cooperation between Israel and India. If everyone could just please be seated for us. Thank you. The fabric of this relationship continues to grow stronger, and we stand on the cusp of opportunities that will yield tremendous results and strengthen our resilience in high-tech artificial intelligence, quantum computing, as well as economic, diplomatic, and security collaboration. Now, we are pleased to announce that a variety of agreements will be signed by the State of Israel and the Republic of India, agreements that will strengthen our partnership, drive innovation, and deepen the bond between Jerusalem and New Delhi. We will now begin the signing of these agreements in the presence of both Prime Ministers. The Cultural Exchange Program and the Memorandum of Understanding to the India-Isrel Innovation Center for Agriculture will be signed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Gideon Sar, and External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you both. Thank you. You can exit the stage now as we continue. The Memorandum of Understanding in the field of geophysical exploration will be signed by the Energy and Infrastructure Mr. Eli Cohen and External Affairs Minister Mr. Jai Shankar as well. Please take the stage as well. Thank you both. And now, the Memorandum of Understanding for Development of the National Maritime Heritage Complex in Lothal will be signed by the Minister of Heritage, Mr. Amichai Eliyahu, and the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you. Thank you both. And now the Declaration of Intent in the field of horizon scanning will be signed by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Ms. Gila Gamliel, and External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you both. And now the Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in the Field of Fisheries and Aquaculture will be signed by Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Avi Dichter, and the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you both. And now the Memorandum of Understanding on the Cooperation on Advancing Education through the Use of Artificial Intelligence will be signed by the Minister of Education, Mr. Yoav Kish, and the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you both very much. And the presentation of the report of the 4th India-Isrel CEO Forum will be presented by the Trade Commissioner for the Ministry of Economy, Mr. Roy Fisher, and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Please take the stage. And now the implementation protocol to the agreement in commerce and services sector, the manufacturing sector, and the restaurant sector will be signed by the Director of Foreign Workers Administration at the Population and Immigration Authority, Mr. Moshe Nakash, and the Foreign Secretary for the Republic of India, Mr. Vikram Misri. Please take the stage. Thank you. The letter of intent on the establishment of the Cyber Center of Excellence will now be signed by the Director General of the National Cyber Directorate, Mr. Yossi Karadi, and the Foreign Secretary for the Republic of India, Mr. Vikram Misri. Thank you both. And now the Memorandum of Understanding between NPCI, International Payments Limited, and Masav, linking UPI, will now be signed by the CEO of Masav, Ophir Kadosh, and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Thank you. And now the agreement on commercial arbitration will now be signed by attorney Dr. Menashe Cohen and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Thank you. The Memorandum of Understanding between the International Financial Services Center Authority And the International Securities Authority will now be signed by the chairman of the Israel Securities Authority, Advisor Yosef Zinger, and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Thank you. And finally, our last one today. The Memorandum of Understanding on Artificial Intelligence will now be signed by the Director of the National Artificial Intelligence Directorate, Brigadier General in the Reserves, Erez Askal, and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Thank you all for your participation today. I now want to welcome to the stage, to the podium, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, and the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, to share a few remarks.
This is an amazing visit. An amazing conclusion to an amazing visit. It was short, but extraordinarily productive and also extraordinarily moving. I think there wasn't a dry eye left in Israel after your moving statement yesterday in the Knesset. And I can tell you that since then we've had also the opportunity to not look all deep into our hearts, but also into our remarkable minds that we have in our two countries. We saw an exhibit of innovation that excites imagination beyond belief. We spoke about cooperation with the extraordinarily talented people of India and our people, and we're working this into concrete plans. I'll just give you two examples. You know, you talk about precision agriculture. You know what that means. It means you don't average irrigate a field. You target a specific part. No, you target a specific plant. You water a plant. Well, why can't you water a specific student's mind? When we talk about precision education, we have now the software and the AI to reach every young student, boy or girl, and enable them to reach their full potential. And the limitations that were constraining us in previous times no longer constrain us. That is, to those who seize the future. The future belongs to those who innovate, and Israel and India are bent on innovation. We are proud ancient civilizations, very proud of our past, but absolutely determined to seize the future, and we can do it better together. We've decided to have a G2G meeting in India. As soon as we can arrange it, we'd like to take the distinguished ministers who are here. I have to comment, my friend Narendra, you have an amazingly efficient government. What you can do with one minister and one ambassador. Now, it gives me thoughts. I don't want you to worry about it. Don't worry about it. But in fact, we know that the meeting of minds and hearts that we've had here will also continue in this remarkable G2G that is long overdue and will create an even greater boost to the enormous benefits that we can bring to each other and I think to humanity at large. And finally, I have to say at the end of this visit that I owe India, I don't know if I told you this, Narendra, but I owe India a great personal debt. You see, when I met Sarah, for the first time, I think our first or second date was in an Indian restaurant in Tel Aviv. It was Rina Pashkarna. And I have to tell you, there is no question. First of all, the food was unbelievable. and Sarah was introduced to it for the first time, so it was a great first date, not only with the food, the date was excellent too. So obviously I'm indebted to you, as are my children, and I want to tell you how deeply and from the heart we feel both our personal friendship and the friendship between our governments and our peoples, and may this continue and flourish and strengthen, as I'm sure it will as a result of this visit. Thank you, Narendra, and thank you all. Thank you.
So I'll have to use Your Excellency, प्रधानमंत्री और मेरे मित्र नेतन्याहू, मिसेस नेतन्याहू, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार, शालोम। मेरे और भारतीय डेलीगेशन के गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री नेतन्याहू का एक बार फिर हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। 9 वर्ष पहले मुझे इजरायल की यात्रा करने वाले पहले भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री बनने का सौभाग्य मिला था। एक बार फिर इजरायल की ऐतिहासिक भूमि पर कदम रखना मेरे लिए गर्व और भावुकता का क्षण है। कल मुझे इजरायल के पार्लियामेंट को संबोधित करने का अवसर मिला। वहां मुझे स्पीकर ऑफ द क्नेसेट मेडल से भी सम्मानित किया गया। मैं इस सम्मान के लिए क्नेसेट स्पीकर महोदय, मेरे मित्र प्रधानमंत्री नेतन्याहू और इजरायल के लोगों का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और इसे 140 करोड़ भारतवासी और भारत इजरायल मित्रता को मैं समर्पित करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे संबंध गहरे विश्वास, साझा लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों और मानवीय संवेदनाओं की मजबूत आधारशिला पर आधारित है, उस पर स्थापित है। हमारे रिश्ते समय की हर कसौटी पर खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने अपनी टाइम टेस्टेड साझेदारी को स्पेशल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा देने का ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिया है। यह निर्णय दोनों देशों के लोगों की आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। फ्रेंड्स, आज की बैठक में हमने अपने सहयोग को नई दिशा और तेज गति देने पर चर्चा की। हमारा आर्थिक सहयोग ग्रोथ, इनोवेशन और शेयर प्रॉस्पेरिटी का इंजन बना हुआ है। आपसी निवेश को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमने पिछले वर्ष बायलैटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट एग्रीमेंट किया। हम शीघ्र ही एक म्यूचुअली बेनिफिशियल फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को भी अंतिम रूप देंगे। टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी भावी साझेदारी का केंद्र है। आज हमने क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप स्थापित करने का निर्णय लिया है। इससे एआई, क्वांटम और क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स जैसे क्षेत्रों में सहयोग को नई गति मिलेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इजरायल में यूपीआई के इस्तेमाल के लिए समझौता किया गया है। डिजिटल हेल्थ के क्षेत्र में भी हम अपने अनुभव साझा करते हुए लोगों के जीवन में सुधार लाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। रक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना विश्वसनीय सहयोग रहा है। पिछले वर्ष हुए एमओयू से इसमें नए आयाम जुड़ेंगे। हम मिलकर जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथ ही हम सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी और स्पेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी सहयोग आगे बढ़ाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कृषि सहयोग का लंबा और सफल इतिहास रहा है। आज हमने इस सहयोग को फ्यूचरिस्टिक दिशा देने का संकल्प लिया है। इजरायल के सहयोग से भारत में स्थापित सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस हमारी मित्रता के उत्तम उदाहरण है। इनकी सफलता देखते हुए हमने इनकी संख्या 100 तक ले जाने का 100 तक ले जाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। इस दिशा में एक कदम और बढ़ाते हुए विलेजेस ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बनाने पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। इससे इजरायली टेक्नोलॉजी भारत के गांव-गांव तक पहुंचेगी और लाखों किसानों की आय और उत्पादकता में बहुत बढ़ोतरी होगी। हम मिलकर फ्यूचर रेडी फार्मिंग सॉल्यूशंस भी विकसित करेंगे। भारत में इंडिया इजराइल इनोवेशन सेंटर फॉर एग्रीकल्चर की स्थापना इस सहयोग के लिए मजबूत आधार प्रदान करेगी। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज हमारे संबंधों का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ है। 2023 में हुए मैन पावर मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट के माध्यम से भारत ने इजरायल के कंस्ट्रक्शन और केयर गिवर सेक्टर्स में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया है। भारतीय कामगारों ने अपनी मेहनत, प्रतिबद्धता और कौशल से विश्वास अर्जित किया है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस सहयोग का विस्तार कॉमर्स और सर्विसेज जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी किया जा रहा है। दोनों देशों के युवाओं, रिसर्चर्स और इनोवेटर्स को जोड़ना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता रही है। इस दिशा में आज हम इंडिया इजराइल एकेडमिक फोरम की स्थापना कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी व्यापक चर्चा की। क्षेत्रीय कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देते हुए हम इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर आईमेक और इंडिया इजराइल यूएई यूएसए यानी I2U2 पर नई गति से आगे बढ़ेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इजराइल पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट है कि आतंकवाद का दुनिया में कोई स्थान नहीं है। किसी भी रूप में, किसी भी अभिव्यक्ति में आतंकवाद को स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता। हम कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर आतंकवाद और उनके समर्थकों का विरोध करते रहे हैं और आगे भी करते रहेंगे। पश्चिम एशिया में शांति और स्थिरता से भारत के सीधे सुरक्षा हित जुड़े हैं। इसलिए हमने शुरुआत से ही संवाद और शांतिपूर्ण समाधान का समर्थन किया है। यही ग्लोबल साउथ और पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। भारत की सोच स्पष्ट है। ह्यूमैनिटी मस्ट नेवर बिकम अ विक्टिम ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। गाजा पीस प्लान से शांति का एक रास्ता बना है। भारत ने इन प्रयासों का पूर्ण समर्थन किया है। भविष्य में भी हम सभी देशों के साथ संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, माय डियर फ्रेंड, आपकी आत्मीयता और गर्मजोशी ने मेरी यात्रा को यादगार बना दिया है। मैं एक बार फिर आपसे और इजराइल के लोगों से जो प्यार मिला है, जो स्नेह मिला है, जो सम्मान मिला है, इसके लिए हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तोदा रब्बा।
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I ask you to just remain seated, please, both Prime Minister Netanyahu and Prime Minister Modi, before they have departed. So just remain in your seats. Thank you very much.
All right, viewers, so what we see is that Prime Minister Modi has just, and PM Netanyahu concluding the joint statement, and Prime Minister Modi has dedicated the Speaker of the Knesset medal to 140 crore Indians. Prime Minister Modi thanked Netanyahu for the warm welcome extended to him and his delegation. He recalled his first visit to Israel 9 years ago and said returning after a decade was a proud moment. And referring to being honored with the Speaker of the Knesset medal, he stated, I dedicate this award to 140 crore Indians and the India-Isrel friendship. Prime Minister Modi hailing the India-Isrel defense, trade and tech partnership. In a joint statement, we see that Netanyahu and Prime Minister Modi have hailed the India-Israel bilateral strategic partnership, tech cooperation, defense ties, saying that they transcend limits of just friendship. So India and Israel have also signed 16 bilateral agreements. India and Israel signed 16 agreements and made 11 announcements totaling around 27 key bilateral outcomes. So huge statements coming in there. Prime Minister Modi thanking Netanyahu, Speaker, people of Israel, for his grand welcome that he received. All right, also Prime Minister Modi shaking hands with his counterpart after that statement. And Netanyahu also said that it was a very productive visit of Prime Minister Modi. So Netanyahu very surprised in a good way that the government being run by PM Modi is very efficient. Let's move ahead. Home Minister Amit Shah addressed a public gathering in Bihar after inaugurating 2 new border outposts. and he's laid the foundation stone for many projects as well. In his address, Shah focused sharply on border security, infiltration and illegal encroachments in the Simhanchal region. Take a look.
हमने चुनाव में बिहार की जनता को वादा किया था कि हम बिहार को घुसपैठियों से मुक्त करेंगे। घुसपैठियों से मुक्ति से मतलब सिर्फ मतदाता सूची से नाम हटाना नहीं, हम कृतनिश्चयी है कि एक एक घुसपैठिए को भारत की भूमि से चुन चुन कर भारत के बाहर भेजने का कार्यक्रम करेंगे। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी स्पष्ट कर देना चाहती है, मेरी सरकार भी स्पष्ट करना चाहती है कि वादा चुनावी वादा नहीं है। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार का यह दृढ़ संकल्प है कि पूरे देश को हम घुसपैठियों से मुक्त करेंगे और ये पूरे सीमांचल क्षेत्र में ये शुरुआत कुछ ही समय में होने जा रही है। मैं खुद चुनाव के वक्त 4 दिन सीमांचल में रहा था, हर जिले में गया हूं और ये वादा किया है जनता को कि हम पूरे सीमांचल को घुसपैठियों से मुक्त करेंगे। आमतौर पर नेताओं के वादे जनता को याद कराना पड़ता है, मगर आज मैं सीमांचल की जनता को मेरा वादा याद कराने आया हूं, क्योंकि मुझे सीमांचल की जनता का सहयोग चाहिए। घुसपैठिए सीट हमारे चुनाव को प्रभावित नहीं करते हैं। गरीबों के राशन में भी वो हिस्सा ले जाते हैं। हमारी रोजगारी में भी हमारे युवाओं की सारी संभावनाओं को क्षीण करते हैं और इसके साथ साथ राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए भी एक घुसपैठिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
So that was Home Minister Amit Shah saying that Bihar will soon be free of infiltrators. A big and strong message coming there from Amit Shah. On that note, taking a very short break, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. CGI pulls up NCERT over textbook content and accountability, seeks clear response on revision. Stay tuned.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday.
प्रदीप जी, ये 8 साल का बच्चा कोमा में है, पुलिस 5 दिन से कुछ नहीं कर पाई है अभी तक। वो जो पिस्टल है, लाइसेंस पिस्टल है, वो तक बरामद नहीं कर पाई है। आपके विधानसभा के लोग हैं सर, जवाब मांग रहे हैं आपसे। प्रदीप जी, एक जवाब, आपके ही लोग हैं, आपसे बात। सर, एक बच्चा 8 साल का, आप बिल्कुल आप भोजन कर लीजिएगा। एक 8 साल का
अपराधी है, उसमें उसको सजा मिलेगी। पुलिस ने FIR दर्ज करा ली, वो लश्त करेगी।
सर 5 दिन हो गए बच्चा।
कोई बात नहीं है ना, पुलिस ने FIR दर्ज कर ली ना।
अभी 5 दिन में क्योंकि अभी तक उनको वो लाइसेंस वेपन है वो भी बरामद।
विधानसभा में चली, विधानसभा से आई तो माता वैष्णो देवी चले गए, अभी कल लौटे, कल उसके परिवार के लोग आए थे।
आपकी उनके परिवार वालों से अभी तक बात हो पाई?
कल उन परिवार में संस्कार आया था, मेरे को नहीं पता क्या परिवार में है, लेकिन मैंने उनसे कहा कि जो भी मदद हुई करेगी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning.
मैम नीचे देखिए, नीचे
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire.
Ma'am, what are the...
Investigation is going on, we cooperate.
See, you can currently see the AIB officials, some officials have come out of the office. So what are the angles you are probing? Sir, ma'am, what are the angles that you are probing in the incident?
We are in process.
Sir, can you please tell us something about the incident?
I will come back, surely.
Sir, अब क्या reaching outside, can you please tell us?
I will come back. I am giving you guarantee, I will come back.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी, MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and...
राहुल जी, जनरल नरवणे ने
जनरल नरवणे ने कहा है कि वो आप गलत कह रहे हैं। राहुल जी, जनरल नरवणे ने कहा कि आप गलत कह रहे हैं। भारत की जमीन पर कब्जा नहीं हुआ और राहुल जी, जनरल नरवणे ने कहा है कि आप गलत कह रहे हैं, गलत आर्टिकल का हवाला दे रहे हैं, भारत की जमीन पर कब्जा नहीं कर रहे हैं। जनरल नरवणे ने कहा है कि आपने अज्ञात सूत्रों का हवाला दिया है, भारत की जमीन पर कब्जा नहीं हुआ है। कि आपने गलत कहा था, जनरल नरवणे ने कहा कि अज्ञात सूत्रों का हवाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality.
सवाल मेरा आपसे है, ये बताइए कितने लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व थे और आप लोगों की क्या भूमिका रही है इसमें? क्या सवाल सर ये नहीं, ये बताइए 3 लोग जो आपने सस्पेंड किए गए लोग, उन लोगों के नाम बताइए आपने, कौन वो लोग थे जिनको सस्पेंड किया गया?
ऑथराइज नहीं हो बोलने के लिए।
अच्छा, उसके साथ बताइए क्या थर्ड पार्टी भी इन्वॉल्व है इसमें? थर्ड पार्टी भी इन्वॉल्व है इसमें क्या? क्योंकि पैसा इसमें गया है 590 करोड़। क्या पैसा सर
आपको चोट लग जाएगी?
पैसा इन्वॉल्व है क्या इसमें? आप बताइए। थर्ड पार्टी रिपब्लिक टीवी सवाल पूछ रहा है आपसे, आप बताइए क्या इसमें और लोग भी इन्वॉल्व है क्या?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India-Isrel exchange key agreements, MOU signed on artificial intelligence UPI payments. ED questions Anil Ambani in connection with the money laundering and fraud charges. CBI also registered a case against Anil Ambani, initiating a fresh investigation into the Bank of Baroda charges. The court stays proceedings linked to the Kerala story, granting interim relief amid legal challenge. A dramatic face-off erupts between two police units. Visual access show a tense on-ground confrontation. Did Congress attempt to buy influencers and run down the AI summit? BJP claims conspiracy was bigger. Aviv Mukteshwara Ananda is in big trouble as he's likely to be questioned in the POXCO case and sexual assault charges. Strong message from army leadership signals operational readiness along the western front, says we are ready to enter from the land route. CGI pulls up NCERT over textbook content and accountability, seeks clear response on revisions. Getting some big updates coming in, viewers. CBI conducts searches at the office and residence of Anil Ambani in the latest FIR that has been registered. The Bank of Baroda complaint says bank has suffered a loss of more than 2,200 crore. Big updates coming in on Republic TV viewers. One, CBI raids Anil Ambani's residence and office. This is the latest that we're getting for our viewers, because remember that after ED, CBI has registered a case against Anil Ambani over 2,000 crore loan default. The complaint alleges that Reliance Communications, along with Anil Ambani, unknown others, cheated the bank and dishonestly induced it during the period of 2013 to 2017. CBI conducts searches at Anil Ambani's residence. At the latest, we'll try to go across to our colleague Revati in a short while from now to understand what this fresh case is all about. A development coming in after action by ED, with the CBI now initiating another criminal investigation based on a formal complaint from the bank. Anil Ambani appeared before the ED earlier, so those are the pictures that are coming in. The ED has issued fresh summons to the Reliance Group chairman, directing him to appear for questioning. This happened today because he was failing to attend the deposition last week. Okay, so big updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV, and the charges which have been invoked are FIR has cited offences under Section 120B, criminal conspiracy, 420, cheating, along with Section 113, 2, and much more. CBI has now formally entered the case after ED's action. A probe is expected to examine the loan sanction processes, fund utilization, and possible diversion of funds. So this will be the key focus of the CBI. Big updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Mounting debt and operational challenges already have been haunting Reliance Communications. More trouble coming in from Anil Ambani. So after ED, CBI registers the case against Anil Ambani over the 2,000 crore loan default. CBI is conducting the searches at the office and residence of Anil Ambani in the latest FIR that has been registered. The Bank of Baroda complaint. A bank has suffered a loss of more than 2,220 crores. Huge updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. These are pictures coming in from earlier today when we saw that Anil Ambani had appeared before the ED. The CBI case against Ambani is a fresh one. A new case against Anil Ambani for an alleged 2,223.17 crore fraud on Bank of Baroda between 2013 and 2017. This development occurs as Anil Ambani faces intensified scrutiny from the ED with his Mumbai residence has been attached. CBI is right now raiding Anil Ambani's residence and office. New charges are about RCOM's protracted corporate insolvency resolution process, potentially delaying creditor recovery and adding complexity to the very, very distressed Reliance Communication financial restructuring. Huge updates, because this is a fresh criminal investigation by the CBI into this fraud by Anil Ambani Reliance Communication Limited. Let's go straight across to my colleague. We're being joined by a Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan. Shravan, if you just could take a help our viewers understand what's the latest. CBI is conducting the searches at Anil Ambani's residence.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, this is the second case that has been registered against Anil Ambani by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This is based on a complaint that was first filed by Bank of Baroda. In the complaint that was filed by Bank of Baroda to the central agency, they have essentially alleged that the bank has suffered a loss of over 2,000 crore rupees. In fact, this was after funds that were basically diverted, is what we are given to by companies that have been linked to Anil Ambani. Reliance Communication is the company in question. In fact, as we speak, it turns out that there have been searches that have been carried out in Mumbai, searches that were basically carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation in Mumbai at the residence as well as in the office.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Shravan is getting us all these details coming in. It's a fresh criminal investigation by the CBI, casting further shadow, because we know that the company is already in a very troubled financial state. And this is coming just after action by the ED. A lot of uncertainty for Anil Ambani. You know, it's very complex, but it's a deepening legal storm that Anil Ambani could be seeing next too, Shravan.
Well, this comes at a time when Anil Ambani is already
facing questions by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, this is the third appearance that he is making before the Enforcement Directorate. So while he is at the office of the Enforcement Directorate, the Central Bureau of Investigation has also stepped in, filing a case against Anil Ambani. Reliance Communication has been named in this company. As far as this FIR goes, important to highlight the fact that Anil Ambani, all this while, Shivangi, has essentially been stating that these are decisions that were taken by the board members and not by him individually. It turns out from the investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate and the documents that have been accessed is that he himself had given a personal guarantee to a consortium of banks. And based on that personal guarantee is how the loans were basically granted to a consortium of banks to begin with. And not just that, it seems that this was the same modus operandi that was adopted by Anil Ambani when it came to Chinese lenders. Those loans also turned out to be NPA. And that is the reason why the question here is that whether at all Anil Ambani was diverting these funds to related parties, third-party entities, and whether at all these loans were actually used for the purpose for which they had basically asked for.
All right, Shravan, thank you for getting us all those details. CBI raids Anil Ambani's residence and office because, like Shravan was telling us, CBI has filed a new case against Anil Ambani for an alleged 2,223.17 crore fraud on Bank of Baroda between 2013 and 2017. Now, CBI is conducting these raids. So more legal trouble for Anil Ambani. And like we were discussing, there could be a bigger legal storm which could be waiting for Anil Ambani. Big updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. This is a criminal case against Anil Ambani alleging fraud against the Bank of Baroda. This probe stems from a formal complaint filed with the bank itself, accusing Ambani and others for being dishonestly inducing the lender to incur a wrongful loss. FIR invokes charges under sections which are related to criminal conspiracy and cheating. Okay, so was there an attempt to buy influencers and run down the AI summit? Well, there's a big twist which is coming in, and for that, I want to go across to our executive editor, Niranjan. Niranjan, we're getting news that influencers claim they were paid to campaign to run down the AI summit.
Well, several influencers have actually gone on air and they've gone on record and they have made this claim that they were approached by different agencies for a collab. So that's the term, right? I mean, you do a collab with influencers for a campaign. And many such influencers have spoken out. And one such influencer is joining us live on Republic. I'd like to show you the screenshot first up that he put up. That's Ravi Vishwakarma. Ravi Vishwakarma is an influencer who has put out a video. And in this video, he's attached a few snapshots as well. And in these snapshots, what is coming through, and it's a claim made by Ravi Vishwakarma, is that perhaps some agencies were keen on paying influencers to speak negatively about the AI summit. Let me go across straight to him. Ravi, hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Ravi Vishwakarma?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you clearly. So, Ravi, this morning, you put out a video as well. So, I'll ask our producers to pull up that video. I'll play that video that you put out. And in that video, you made a claim that you were approached by a few handles/agencies asking for a collab. They tried to pay you to run down the AI summit. Is that correct?
Yes, I was contacted by a few agencies, as I have shown on social media publicly.
Yeah.
It is visible to like all of country if they want to see.
Yeah.
I have uploaded both of the videos, and the agency wanted to contact me, and they said we want to collab. They haven't revealed their client yet, but it was an agency. I know her name, the one who contacted me, but I cannot disclose it to you. But yes, I was contacted, and yeah, right now she has blocked me, but I was contacted and I brought this issue to notice.
And what did they tell you? How did they contact you? What was the messaging, if I can say that? What was the messaging they wanted from you for money to run down the AI summit?
See, they were offering me huge amount of money. I lost your voice, but I think you are asking about how much they were paying me, right?
Yeah, I'm asking how much were they paying you and what was the
around,
messaging?
40K, which is a huge amount that you'll get paid. And I have tagged those screenshots, but I'm yet to, know who was their client. But all they wanted was to defame the AI summit. And I do not know what was the actual reason behind it. To defame our country's AI summit as an influencer, as an Indian, I don't think so. It is the right way. So I rejected that offer. Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, Ravi. Ravi, I can hear you clearly. Yeah. In fact, we'll take the multiple windows, ladies and gentlemen. On one hand, we'll show you the AI summit. What happened at the AI summit? And at the AI summit, there was an attempt to create, ruckus, that Banyan circus that we saw, where a few Congress workers came and stalled the AI summit. And there was an attempt to run it down. And Ravi is joining us, and Ravi claims that there was an attempt made to pay influencers. Now, that's a claim made. So, Ravi, my last question to you is, how did it end with this person who contacted you?
It ended as soon as I rejected that offer, but they were trying to negotiate maybe some higher prices that will pay you, and you just need to, who wanted to defame it. I think it's clear to the country who wanted to defame it. I'm not taking any names, but everyone knows who wanted to defame the AI summit and who wanted to, tarnish the country's image. So it ended like she or that person was trying to, these screenshots which you are playing just beside me, just separate window mein. But yes, all chats are mine, and this person wanted to negotiate at the end, but I rejected that offer. Yeah.
Okay. Ravi, I'll leave it at that because it's interesting. This morning we heard even the BJP made some claims. Some BJP handles, BJP leaders started tweeting about this. They claimed that influencers were roped in and money was paid. And there are many videos doing the rounds and you're adding to that. So it becomes interesting. Even though you're not naming anyone, even the Congress party has not reacted to it. There is no response from the Congress party to this entire controversy. Let's leave it at this. I'll leave it at this for now. I thank you for joining us, Ravi. But what I'll also do is I will play out the video that you posted so that viewers get an idea about what happened. The video posted by influencer Ravi Vishwakarma. Take a look.
कौन है ये लड़की जो इंडिया की बुराई करने के लिए मुझे 40,000 पे कर रही थी? भाई मैंने तो प्लांट नहीं कर दिया। इसका कहना है मैं इन्हें डिफेम ना करूं, ये लोग पॉलिटिकली बैक्ड हैं, मुझे कोर्ट में भी घसीट सकते हैं और शुरुआती डेज में मुझे इतने बड़े पंगे नहीं लेना चाहिए क्योंकि मेरे अभी 200 के फॉलोअर्स भी नहीं है। एक्चुअली ट्रू, मुझे इनिशियल डेज में इतने बड़े पंगे नहीं लेना चाहिए, वो भी तब जब मेरे 200 के फॉलोअर्स भी ना हो। तो एक काम करते हैं, जैसे ही मेरे 100 के फॉलोअर्स होंगे मैं आपकी प्रोफाइल फोटो पब्लिक कर दूंगा। कौन है ये लड़की जो इंडिया की बुराई करने के लिए मुझे 40,000 पे कर रही थी? भाई मैंने तो प्लांट नहीं कर दिया। इसका कहना है मैं इन्हें डिफेम ना करूं, ये लोग पॉलिटिकली बैक।
And shifting focus, Telangana government is set to acquire all land and residential areas within 50 meters of the Musi River for the implementation of the ambitious Musi Riverfront Development Project. Authorities have issued evacuation notification for the land acquisition. However, residents are protesting the move, saying it will render them homeless. Here's a full story. Take a look.
The Telangana Congress government has issued a notification to evacuate apartments near the Musi River to construct the tallest Mahatma Gandhi statue. The project, worth Rs 5,000 crores, is the ambitious Musi Riverfront Development Project in Hyderabad.
Don't make us homeless! Don't make us homeless! Don't make us homeless! Don't make us homeless!
a notification issued by the Congress government to this particular residents here, saying that they fall under the buffer zone for their ambitious Musi riverfront project, so that they have to be evacuated. This particular notice issued to them, they have given them 60 days time to evacuate this particular residents. However, the residents here are claiming that this particular notice will make them homeless, will throw them out of their house, and they have been living here for several years and decades with their families living here for several decades, and asking them to evacuate this particular resident just in 60 days is something that is unacceptable, and the residents here have been protesting.
The project is facing backlash from the residents. Mostly retired defense personnel and senior citizens who have lived there for decades.
They want to acquire entire apartment. We have 2 blocks, entire 6 point some change land. They want to acquire. They gave a notice for the acquisition. They are following the process of the acquisition, and we requesting them. We doesn't want to. We had our GBM unanimously passed a resolution not to surrender our land.
The project, named Gandhi Sarovar Project, estimated to be set up in a sprawling 200 acres, has become controversial, with the government deciding to evacuate nearly 500 families living in Madhu Park Ridge apartments in Banglagura Jagir near Musi River. Residents claim that they do not oppose the project, rather they urge to implement without having to displace them.
I purchased this flat in 2017. So that time I have verified all the legal documents. Okay. That time we came to know that according to GO 2010, the builder need to leave 9 meters buffer zone. As you can see, there is a more than 9 meter buffer zone is there. After that, in 2012, they released one more GO where they mention like any new construction which is beside river bed, they need to follow 30 meters buffer zone. So they already given permission in 2010, and this construction is completed in 2012. Already people are occupied these flats. So now suddenly they are saying it is illegal and builder didn't follow the 30 meters buffer zone.
Meanwhile, Mahatma Gandhi's great-grandson, Tushar Gandhi, have strongly condemned the move, saying displacing residents to create space for a Gandhi statue is the most un-Gandhian action, and appealed the Telangana Chief Minister to not do it. The Telangana government clarified that structures earmarked fall within the designated buffer zone. However, residents claim that the apartment complex, built legally in 2007, did not come under the buffer zone and oppose the proposed acquisition. Residents are protesting the move for the past 10 days and are adamant on not moving out of their homes.
We're getting some more updates coming in. A short while back, there was a stinging observation made by the CGI on the NCERT controversy. CGI has observed it seems like a calculated move to undermine the courts. This is coming in after Supreme Court has also issued sweeping directions to the NCERT over the withdrawing of the Class 8 social science book, from an immediate ban and seizure of copies to seeking names of authors and meeting minutes. The CGI Suryakant has laid down strict compliance steps for the Council and the State Education Departments on the NCERT controversy. Let's play out the reactions.
जिस पर आप लोगों ने संज्ञान लिया?
नहीं, देखिए, बार बेंच में तो आक्रोश था ही, लेकिन बार भी जो इस इंस्टीट्यूशन का पार्ट है, बार और बेंच दोनों, तो बार को भी ये बात अच्छी नहीं लगी थी। कल परसों भी हमसे कुछ लोगों ने प्रश्न किया था, तो मैंने कहा था कि ये बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक है, या ऐसी ढंग का चैप्टर नाबालिग बच्चों के सामने ये परोसना या देश के सामने ये परोसना बड़ा ही अनुचित है, और इसका कहीं से कोई जस्टिफिकेशन नहीं हो सकता है। तो बार भी इस पर आक्रोशित था और बार आक्रोशित है।
सर, सभी किताबें हटा ली जाएंगी? कोर्ट ने आदेश तुरंत दिया?
हाँ, तुरंत आदेश दिया है कोर्ट ने कि सारी किताबें।
PM Modi expresses displeasure over the NCERT textbook, viewers. Big updates coming in, viewers of Republic TV. PM Modi expresses displeasure over this textbook. Just telling you exactly what has happened so far. We have already seen that the CGI has taken objection to the NCERT Class 8 book chapter, which was on corruption in judiciary. Prime Minister Modi has also expressed displeasure over the NCERT textbook just moments after the CGI has taken some serious objections to the new NCERT Class 8 book containing portions regarding corruption in judiciary. CGI said he will not allow anyone to defame the institution and will take appropriate action. Yesterday, the Indian we had seen that this has created a lot of controversy for the past few days. We are seeing these updates coming in as the CGI has pulled up the NCERT over text on judicial corruption. Now, the PM Modi has expressed displeasure over the NCERT textbook. Prime Minister Modi also going ahead and expressing displeasure. Sources say Prime Minister Modi has raised the issue in the Tuesday Cabinet. Education Ministry Secretary sent a show cause notice on this entire issue, coming just after the Supreme Court had taken serious exceptions to the Class 8 NCERT textbook containing reference to corruption in the judiciary. Just today itself, the bench led by CGI took suo motu cognizance on the matter.
जब ही ये घटना मेरे सामने आई, मैं तुरंत ही एनसीईआरटी को निर्देश देके सारे किताबों को विड्रॉ करवाया। आगे वो ना जा पाए उसकी सारी चिंता किया और उसको विड्रॉ करने का निर्देश दिया। न्यायपालिका को कोई भी असम्मान करने का कोई उद्देश्य ही नहीं था, सरकार के उसमें कतई उद्देश्य नहीं था। जो घटना हुई है उसको हम गंभीरता से लेते हैं। एनसीईआरटी के ऊपर उसको और इंक्वायरी किया जाएगा। जो भी व्यक्ति उसमें से उस किताब को बनवाने में, उस चैप्टर को बनवाने में संलग्न है, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की जाएगी और आगे ये गलती ना हो, हम न्यायपालिका को आश्वस्त करते हैं।
Okay, we're getting these updates coming in. PM Modi expresses displeasure over the NCERT textbook, and according to the latest update that we're getting, this is source-based information, by the way, saying PM Modi will be raise this issue in the Tuesday Cabinet. The Education Ministry Secretary has been sent a show cause notice on this. Sources say Prime Minister questioned oversight on allowing the chapter. So big updates, viewers, coming in. This is just after this entire controversy. The background of this controversy is that the newly introduced NCERT social science textbook for Class 8 outlined key challenges facing the country's judicial system, including corruption, a heavy backlog of cases and an inadequate number of judges. So when the CGI heard this case earlier, they said that heads will roll because this is a calculated move to undermine the judiciary. I want to go straight across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek. Abhishek, sources say PM Modi raised this issue in the Tuesday Cabinet, and there would be more question that Prime Minister Modi is raising. He's questioning the oversight on allowing this chapter in the first place.
Well, you see, subsequent actions actually confirm that Prime Minister has expressed displeasure, not necessarily the Tuesday Cabinet, because the issue has surfaced subsequently, but for sure he has done that because of the kind of actions we are seeing with the government, not just withdrawing the said textbook or the content, asking the NCERT to pull back all the books that have gone into circulation, but also ordering an inquiry as to how the chapter came into or got slipped into the textbook of Class 8 social sciences when at that junior level you do not have those kind of topics under a discussion or under study. So I think the government has acted, and obviously this has gone right up to the level of the Prime Minister. After we saw how the topmost levels of judiciary, including CGI, expressed displeasure at the manner in which judiciary itself seems to have been targeted, or at least perception that got created that judiciary has been singled out when it comes to corruption. And I think in that sense, the government effectively pulling back on the NCERT textbook issue, and after Prime Minister really indicated his own
displeasure at the manner this lack of oversight keeps happening repeatedly in the case of Education Ministry. I think even the secretary has been pulled up. Maybe there would be some rolling of heads also in some time, Shivangi. That's what we are getting to hear. But for now, at least the book has been withdrawn. Inquiry has been ordered into this lack of oversight, and NCRT has been asked to pinpoint responsibility and make sure accountability is fixed for this lapse post the displeasure that was shown by topmost levels of judiciary, including the Chief Justice of India.
That's right. Yeah. Yes. This is a big update coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And Abhishek, we already have seen that CGI has taken objection to the NCRT book on corruption in judiciary. They've even in the court earlier today, we were pointing this out. It was pointed out that the PDF files of this chapter are available. So that would also be a concern to make sure that the PDF files are not circulated further. However, what next can we expect now? Prime Minister Modi has raised this issue, and we can expect faster action to make sure that the PDF files and any other lapses when it comes to this chapter, they're closed on time. Yes, go ahead, Abhishek. All right, we will go back to Abhishek in a short while from now. But this is a huge update coming in on Republic TV, viewers. Prime Minister Modi has expressed displeasure over the NCRT book. Supreme Court has already cracked down on this book. They banned the chapter, the judiciary chapter. We already see that the Supreme Court has asked for an immediate ban, seizure of copies, including the PDF files and digital files which are doing the rounds, seeking names of authors and meeting minutes. CGI has laid down strict compliances for the council and state education departments. The Education Ministry Secretary has been sent a show cause notice as well. So big updates coming in, viewers of Republic TV. Prime Minister Modi expressing displeasure. It's very obvious, like Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, was saying that there will be strict compliance and an accountability exercise that we will be expecting next. Let's go ahead and play out some more reactions.
जब ही ये घटना मेरे सामने आई, मैं तुरंत ही एनसीईआरटी को निर्देश देके सारे किताबों को विड्रॉ करवाया। आगे वो ना जा पाए उसकी सारी चिंता किया और उसको विड्रॉ करने का निर्देश दिया। न्यायपालिका को कोई भी असम्मान करने का कोई उद्देश्य ही नहीं था, सरकार के उसमें कतई उद्देश्य नहीं था। जो घटना हुई है उसको हम गंभीरता से लेते हैं। एनसीईआरटी के ऊपर उसको और इंक्वायरी किया जाएगा। जो भी व्यक्ति उसमें से उस किताब को बनवाने में, उस चैप्टर को बनवाने में संलग्न है, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की जाएगी और आगे ये गलती ना हो, हम न्यायपालिका को आश्वस्त करते हैं। जब ही ये घटना मेरे सामने आई, मैं तुरंत ही एनसीईआरटी को निर्देश देके सारे किताबों को विड्रॉ करवाया। आगे वो ना जा पाए उसकी सारी चिंता किया और उसको विड्रॉ करने का निर्देश दिया। न्यायपालिका को कोई भी असम्मान करने का कोई उद्देश्य ही नहीं था, सरकार के उसमें कतई उद्देश्य नहीं था। जो घटना हुई है उसको हम गंभीरता से लेते हैं। एनसीईआरटी के ऊपर उसको और इंक्वायरी किया जाएगा। जो भी व्यक्ति उसमें से उस किताब को बनवाने में, उस चैप्टर को बनवाने में संलग्न है, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की जाएगी और आगे ये गलती ना हो, हम न्यायपालिका को आश्वस्त करते हैं।
Okay, getting this big reactions coming in on Republic. PM Modi expressing displeasure over the NCRT textbook, and we can expect, like we were discussing, more compliance and accountability over this issue. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's also tell you exactly what has been happening since morning. Supreme Court has taken a serious exception to the Class 8 NCRT textbook containing reference to corruption in the judiciary, and Prime Minister Modi has also expressed displeasure over the NCRT textbook. We're also seeing sources say that Prime Minister Modi has questioned the oversight on allowing this chapter in the first place. Sources say that Prime Minister Modi has sought accountability for this chapter on judges. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on this story. Already we see that the CGI has said that we will not allow anybody to defame the Supreme Court. CGI has himself pulled up the NCRT over text on judicial corruption. And Prime Minister Modi made history with his address on this happened at the Israeli Parliament. Knesset, becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to do so, he delivered a powerful message of solidarity with Israel, emphasizing India's firm stance against terrorism. Terrorism anywhere threatens peace everywhere, he asserted, highlighting India's own experiences with terrorism, including the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. Take a look at what Prime Minister Modi said as he threw light on India's weight behind the Gaza Peace Initiative, saying it holds the promise of a just and durable peace in the region. Take a look.
Honorable members, I also carry with me the deepest condolences of the people of India for every life lost and for every family whose world was shattered in the barbaric terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7. We feel your pain. We share your grief. India stands with Israel firmly, with full conviction in this moment and beyond. No cause can justify the murder of civilians. Nothing can justify terrorism. India has also endured the pain of terrorism for a long time. We remember the 26/11 Mumbai attacks and the innocent lives lost, including Israeli citizens. Like you, we have consistent and uncompromising policy of zero tolerance for terrorism with no double standards.
Getting some breaking news coming in. DGCA has revised air ticket refund norms. No additional charges for charges within 48 hours of booking. Passengers can now cancel or change air tickets without paying additional charges within 48 hours of making the booking. This is a big update coming in. Let's tell you exactly what is happening here. This is a change to refund norms. So this is becoming more passenger friendly, basically, according to the latest update that we're getting for our viewers. So let's tell you exactly what is happening here. This is DGCA revising air ticket refund norms. That means no refund, no additional charges for if it's cancelled within 48 hours of booking. Passengers can now cancel or change air tickets without paying additional charges within 48 hours of making that booking. So big updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV. And let's go straight across to my colleague. Yes, Harsha joining us. Okay, DGCA making air ticket refund norms more passenger friendly. Finally, Harsha, that means no additional charges for changes within 48 hours of booking. Now, you know, this is a big relief for passengers. This is what we have been highlighting, that flights and airlines should be passenger friendly.
Yes, you rightly pointed out, Shivangi. It was after, the Indigo mess and Indigo chaos in the month of December. We saw that how was the Indigo fiasco. The passengers were stranded at that time at the airport and they were asking for cancellation and refund. For all our viewers, for all our passengers, we are telling here that if a ticket is booked in 24 hours to 48 hours, their cancellation fee will not be charged by the airline. The airline will have to not levy any cancellation charges, and the change of the name and the tickets could be cancelled in 48 hours. In case of the medical emergency, they will only have to put up a medical certificate with the same PNR number, and they will be given a refund shell or your given time in which the amount will be refunded. So there's a huge passenger relief. Almost more than 23,000 complaints were received by the regulatory bodies of the airlines regarding the refunds and the cancellation. This was an ongoing long debate regarding the cancellation and refund policy of the airlines. The passengers were continuously stating that there's a huge amount which is levied by the airline, whenever they try to cancel their flight or, try to change their name if the name is improper. At that time, the cancellation fee and the changing charge are additionally charged. But this time it will not happen like this. But to passengers, we are telling you this: if you are booking a flight, be very vigilant, because it doesn't apply for a departure, lesser than 7 months. So the domestic travel, it has to be more than 7 days, and the international, it has to be more than 15 days. In the international, the departure should not be less than 15 days. The domestic departure should not be less than 7 days. Only then you will get your cancellation fee full refunded. There will not be any charges which will be levied by the airline when you try to cancel your particular flight, or there is a name changing issue or the name changing error during the time of the booking. So this is very important, passenger friendly. The CAR rules has been revised by the regulatory body as of now on 24th February when we are talking right now. So the huge relaxation for the passengers who book their ticket. They don't get they are levied the cancellation charges by the airline, not anymore the cancellation charges by the airline within 48 hours of booking. Back to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. This is a passenger-friendly move which has come in from the DGCA. Okay, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. On the edge of India's western frontier, a brave soldiers stand guard day and night. The Indian Army's Western Command showcases unmatched combat readiness and lethal precision. Take a look at this report as our forces are ever ready.
On the edge of India's western frontier, where our courage has been tested time and again, the Western Command of the Indian Army lays bare its unmatched combat readiness. From Dhyanchand Stadium in Pathankot, a demonstration of power and precision unfolds. The Bhairav Battalion, a unit at the cutting edge of ground warfare, stands shoulder to shoulder with the Ashni platoon, the Indian Army's aerial power. Apache helicopters, intelligence and surveillance vehicles, and state-of-the-art counter-drone systems display a combat network built for the 21st century battlefield. Every tank, every drone, every system is not just hardware, it's a statement emphasizing that India is prepared and India is vigilant. Meanwhile, as Western Army Commander Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar addressed the nation, he honored the heroes of Operation Sindoor, the campaign that delivered a decisive, resounding response to cross-border provocations. In his address, the Western Army Commander laid emphasis on how crucial last year was and how the Army gave Pakistan a befitting reply in Operation Sindoor. He warned sternly that if Pakistan attempts again, India will teach them a hard lesson. He also asserted that the danger is not over yet, and this time preparations are heavier than ever.
सिंदूर में जैसा आपने देखा कि हमने 7 तारीख को उनके सभी टेररिस्ट बेसिस पर हमला किया था। उसके बाद उन्होंने कुछ जवाबी कार्रवाई की और उसके जवाब में जो हमने उनके मिलिट्री बेसिस, एयर बेसिस को जिस तरह से बर्बाद किया, उसके बाद उसने फिर सीज़ फायर की मांग की। और सीज़ फायर की मांग सिर्फ डायरेक्टली हमसे नहीं की, हमको लगता है कि और भी देशों के पास उसने अपना ये मैसेज भेजा कि हमें इंडिया से सीज़ फायर करवा दो। नहीं, हम उसकी जहाँ भी इस तरह की हरकतें हैं, कार्रवाई हैं, हम उस पर पूरा नज़र रखे हुए हैं और हमको इस बात का ज्ञान है कि वहाँ पर क्या कार्रवाई हो रही है, वो किस तरीके से अपना टेररिस्ट बेसिस को अगर रिजुविनेट कर रहा है या दोबारा से इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो हमें उसकी जानकारी हासिल है।
Across the border, Pakistan's military leadership clings to relevance by conflict, by exploiting terror proxies, and also by reviving terrorist networks.
पाकिस्तान आर्मी का सपोर्ट है, हमको लगता है कि इन्फिल्ट्रेट कराने में पाकिस्तान आर्मी भी सपोर्ट कर रही है और जो टेररिस्ट ट्रेन होकर आ रहे हैं, हो सकता है उनकी ट्रेनिंग में भी पाकिस्तान आर्मी मदद कर रही है।
Yet time and again, they underestimate the Indian Army's reach and resolve. On the other hand, Operation Sindoor was surgical, precise and decisive. Terror bases were neutralized. Pakistani military installations were heavily targeted. Sindoor 2.0 is being meticulously prepared, deeper, faster, stronger. From drone systems at Western Command to tactical innovations within the Bhairav Battalion.
पिछली बार जो हमने किया, इस बार हम कुछ और करेंगे, उससे बढ़कर करेंगे। किस हद तक करेंगे और कितना अंदर जाकर करेंगे, ये ऑपरेशनल प्लान का डिटेल है। तो जब ये ग्राउंड पर होगा, आपको महसूस होगा कि इस बार जो हुआ है वो पहले से ज़्यादा हुआ।
Remember how Pakistan was in fear, how Shehbaz Sharif was seen worried, and how he went on prostrate and begged for a ceasefire.
जो हमारा पाकिस्तान से बातचीत हुआ था, 7 तारीख को हमले के बाद हमारे डीजीएमओ ने मैसेज भेजा था कि हमने अपनी कार्रवाई पूरी कर ली है, अभी हम बात करना चाहते हैं, पर उसने उस समय बात करने से इनकार किया। और उसके बाद जैसा आपको पता है, अगले 88 घंटे जो लड़ाई हुई और उसके बाद उसने फिर हमको अप्रोच किया। जब उसके मिलिट्री बेसिस पर बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ, तो उसके डीजीएमओ ने फिर हमारे डीजीएमओ को अप्रोच किया कि हम बात करना चाहते हैं।
Meanwhile, speaking on US President Donald Trump, claiming that Shehbaz Sharif would have died if he did not mediate, the army commander said this. From the skies above to the land beneath, the Indian Army integrates intelligence, surveillance, and cutting-edge defense systems. Where Pakistan relies on bluff and terror, India relies on innovation, preparedness, and the unyielding valor of its forces. Operation Sindoor was a warning. Today, the Indian Army's might is on display, and a clear message has been sent to Pakistan.
Moving ahead, viewers, the Kerala High Court has granted an interim stay against the release of the film The Kerala Story 2 goes beyond, saying that prima facie there is a non-application of mind by the censor board while certifying the movie. Justice Thomas has passed the order on 2 pleas challenging the release of the movie. The film was scheduled to be released on February 27th. Here are the reactions.
once the film is cleared by the CBFC, I don't think we need to really look into this. And why the row has erupted is because the Kerala state government had put a case and they were not very happy with the first Kerala stories, and now the Kerala stories part 2. So the issues continue because when you're depicting the reality of a state which has been happening and what we saw in Kerala Story 1 and then what we are showing in Kerala Story 2, I think when you're depicting what is collected from the data, and the data is not something which is created, it is what is out there on the platform for everyone to see, the realities. And if that we say that showing that as a real reality to be put out as the real picture, and if that is an issue, then I don't know what else can be shown. But yes, I have seen that the court has observed, saying with a very strong statement that it can disrupt the communal harmony of Kerala. And I don't know how that is going to go down well, but Kerala is known for a very, very harmonious state. And we'll have to wait and watch, because for 2 weeks there's been a stall on the film release. So we'll have to wait and watch, and I think the producers are going to fight it out, and we just have to wait and watch what happens. But I wouldn't look at this as the victory of the Kerala government. I would see rather tell a very clear picture to others who probably at every given opportunity, at a drop of a hat, they say that it is everything, whatever happens, whether there's a CBI raid, there's an ED raid, or there is something about banning a film, or stopping the release of a film, then it's like, okay, BJP is trying to arm twist and asking the government and taking all the independent bodies in their hand, and they're trying.
Getting some big breaking news coming in, viewers. Another major global fallout of the Epstein files scandal. President and CEO of the World Economic Forum has now stepped down. This is a huge update coming in. Has resigned. This is a few weeks after the forum launched an independent investigation into his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Huge updates coming here on Republic TV, viewers. This is one more fallout. The Epstein files. The WEF president has now put down his papers. He has resigned. He just announced his decision in a statement following disclosures from the U.S. Justice Department that showed that he and some other he had some business dinners with Epstein, and also communicated with Epstein through emails and a text message. Huge updates coming here, viewers, on Republic TV. Another Epstein case fallout. The WEF chief has quit after ties to Jeffrey Epstein. This comes after disclosures from the U.S. Justice Department that showed him having business dinners with Epstein. Like we told you, that this is coming after WEF had launched an independent investigation into his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Big updates coming here, viewers, on Republic TV. Back-to-back updates of these world leaders, some of the leaders who have stepped down due to ties with Jeffrey Epstein. Because whoever is in touch with Jeffrey Epstein and all the emails which have been coming out, viewers, it is really raising a lot of questions, put a lot of pressure on those who are communicating with him. The latest, the World Economic Forum CEO has quit after the ties with Jeffrey Epstein have been scrutinized. Big updates coming here, viewers, on Republic TV. And this is coming in, like we said, a few weeks after the forum launched an independent investigation into his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. All right, viewers, so big updates coming in. He put our post out after careful consideration. I've decided to step down as president and CEO of the World Economic Forum. My time here, spanning 8.5 years, has been profoundly rewarding. This is the message that he has sent just after, as he stepped down. Huge updates coming here, viewers of Republic TV. One more fallout of the Epstein files. This time it's a WEF CEO who has now stepped down after an independent investigation which was launched, which tried to scrutinize his ties with Epstein. The president and the chief executive of the World Economic Forum has announced that he is stepping down weeks after the organization launched an independent review into his past interactions with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And he made his announcement after disclosures from the Justice Department showed he had attended multiple business dinners with Epstein and had also communicated with him through email and text messages. This is after the independent review had concluded. The independent review was conducted by outside counsel, and according to the findings, there was no additional concerns beyond what had already been disclosed publicly. Huge updates coming here, viewers. One more fallout of the Epstein files and the departure of the president and CEO of the WEF marks one more fallout of the Epstein files which have been released. This is the president and the chief executive of the World Economic Forum announcing that he is stepping down weeks after the organization launched an independent review into his past interactions. Niranjan is joining us. Niranjan, one more fallout of the Epstein files. This is the WEF president who has now resigned.
Well, that's correct. This is, one world, a global sort of personality after the next is facing the Epstein heat now. And all of them with links. And this is basically the Epstein stain has reached Davos. Jacques Brende, he's a former Norwegian foreign minister. He was head of the World Economic Forum, which of course, hosts the Davos Summit, what is called the Davos Summit, the World Economic Forum Summit at Davos every year. The Epstein files scandal has reached Davos with the president and CEO of the World Economic Forum now having to step down after an independent review. There was an independent review, and after this independent review, he's been forced to step down after his links emerged to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is a new president who's been announced, an interim CEO and president announced for the World Economic Forum, and that is Alois Zwingli, we are told. If I got that name correct, he's the interim president and the CEO of the World Economic Forum. This is weeks after the World Economic Forum had launched an independent investigation into Brende's interactions with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. So this is very big. The fact that more and more world leaders, last week you had, a trade envoy, former Prince Andrew, brother of Charles, being arrested and later let off. And then you had ambassador of the UK to the US being arrested and then later let off. So this is a story that's going to get bigger because global figures are going to face the heat for their links to Epstein. And there are so many names, so many sex offenders, not just Epstein, all of them possible pedophiles. We don't know, but investigation is on. Let's see where the story goes. Back to you for now.
All right. Well, thank you, Niranjan, for getting us all those details. WEF President Borja Brende has now resigned after an independent review into the Epstein files and his ties with the Jeffrey Epstein. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be getting you all the top updates. Next is 6 Stories at 6.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, You suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of it?
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 on Republic. I'm Ishta Mitra and we've got all the top stories of the day lined up for you ahead in this show. Now starting with, in a sweeping escalation of its probe, Enforcement Directorate held a second round of questioning with the Reliance Group Chairman Anil Ambani in a massive case of money laundering. Now ED has also attached aboard Anil Ambani's Mumbai residence pegged at rupees 3,716 crore rupees in connection with the alleged bank fraud involving his group company Reliance Communications. The trail of the alleged financial irregularities was not confined, in fact, to Indian shores. Anil Ambani's liabilities extend overseas as well, with reports now indicating dues of nearly 13,000 crore to Chinese banks. Here's more on this expanding financial web. Take a look.
The ED has intensified its probe into the alleged financial irregularities involving the Reliance Communication and Anil Ambani's asset. Today, Anil Ambani appeared before ED for the second round of questioning. A day after provisional attachment order was issued under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act against a luxury residence aboard worth rupees 3,716 CR.
बैंक धोखाधड़ी मामले में ईडी ने बड़ी कार्रवाई करते हुए उद्योगपति अनिल अंबानी के घर को अटैच कर दिया है। मुंबई के बांद्रा के पारी हिल में स्थित आलीशान घर अनिल अंबानी का अटैच हो चुका है। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं कि अनिल अंबानी के घर का ये 17 मंजिला है जो आलीशान घर देख रहे हैं। राजमहल जैसा बनाया गया था और फिलहाल ईडी ने अस्थायी रूप से इसको अटैच कर लिया है। 66 मीटर ऊंचा है यह घर और जो इसका जो कीमत बताया गया है 3,716 करोड़ की कीमत बताया गया है।
With this action, the total value of assets attached in the case has risen to around rupees 15,700 crore.
The Enforcement Directorate has intensified its action against industrialist Anil Ambani, attaching assets worth over rupees 15,000 crores so far in this money laundering probe. The ED action follows a CBI FIR alleging loan diversion of over 2,200 crores. With these attachments under the PMLA, the assets can neither be sold nor be transferred pending adjudication.
Shockingly, the case spreads beyond the geographical confinement. Anil Ambani linked companies receive funds from the Chinese banks as well. Anil Ambani owes rupees 13,558 crore to Chinese lenders.
They have sought loan from a consortium of banks. Once this loan was actually received by these companies, they were basically diverted to third-party companies and eventually it was siphoned off. Effectively, those loans became NPA. Now, it turns out that these companies, despite weak financials, they were essentially given money loan from the banks purely because of certain guarantees that were given. All this while, Anil Ambani has essentially maintained that these were decisions that were taken by the board, and the very fact that the board wasn't being dictated by Anil Ambani himself.
Documents accessed by Republic shows lendings from the China Development Bank, Export-Import Bank and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. With the attachment of a board and now Chinese banks entering the frame, the probe into one of the India's most high-profile corporate investigations has placed Anil Ambani under the intense scrutiny.
And now, viewers, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the NCERT over a controversial Class 8 social science textbook that referred to corruption in the judiciary. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has also expressed displeasure for the inclusion of the corruption part in the textbook. Now, in a strongly worded hearing, the top court imposed a blanket ban on the book's production and distribution, ordered seizure of all the physical and digital copies, while also issuing a show cause notices to senior officials. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
In a strong response, the Supreme Court cracked down on the controversial NCERT textbook. Chief Justice of India, Surya Kant, said that the issue cannot be taken lightly, calling the chapter a calculated move that could influence young minds. The court ordered immediate removal of all physical and digital copies and imposed a blanket ban on further distribution. In the latest update of the NCERT row, Prime Minister Modi expressed displeasure over the inclusion of the respective part in the textbook. NCERT has been directed to file a compliance report within 2 weeks, with the director held accountable for enforcement. The court also signalled possible contempt action in the matter. The Chief Justice said that if the chapter is found to be deliberate, it could amount to criminal contempt. Show cause notices have been issued to senior education officials, and the court has sought details of those who drafted and cleared the chapter. The case will be taken up again after 4 weeks. This came after a media report flagged a Class 8 textbook section titled Corruption in the Judiciary. Senior advocates raised the issue before the Chief Justice, after which the court took suo motu cognizance. The bench said that the chapter highlighted allegations against the judiciary but failed to reflect its constitutional role, calling the narrative one-sided and potentially damaging. After the court's remarks, NCERT responded. It called the chapter an error of judgment, halted distribution, and said that the content would be withdrawn and revised. An apology was also tendered in court. However, the bench questioned whether the apology was genuine or a response to mounting pressure.
And now, viewers, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was not only welcomed in Israel but celebrated as he delivered his historic speech at the Israeli Parliament. Now, on the second day of his visit to Israel after 9 years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Israeli President Isaac Herzog. The two leaders discussed several ways to further improve cooperation in sectors such as education, startups, innovation, tech and connectivity. And as the details of the bilateral meeting are still awaited, defense and tech cooperation is there on the cards for India. Defense being a prime target, India looks forward to Israel's best-known missile shield Iron Dome. The bilateral political ties are also warm and forward-looking between India and Israel. Here's more for you. Take a look.
India and Israel exchanged key memorandums of understanding following the delegation-level talks between PM Modi and Israel's PM. Israeli Minister Gira Gamliel emphasized that several agreements will be signed to boost cooperation in agriculture, AI, cybersecurity, defense and other key sectors. Defense partnership and counter-terror cooperation took center stage. Talks focused on strengthening India's multi-layered air and missile defense architecture, including the collaboration on ballistic missile defense. Discussions also explored on joint development of mid-air refueling aircraft to replace aging IL-78 tankers and enhance the Indian Air Force's strategic reach. India is already procuring systems like Barak 8 Spider Heron UAVs from Israel with a joint production under Make in India. Israeli President Isaac Herzog encouraged young Indian students to come to study in Israel. He emphasized the connectivity between Israel and India can change the entire geostrategic situation towards the advantage of the global south. Israeli President and PM Modi also planted a sapling in Yad Vashem together. With India and Israel on their way to rewrite the old ties, the strategic collaboration between the two countries strengthened.
And now, viewers, the Telangana government is all set to acquire all the land in residential areas within 50 meters of the Musi River. This is for the implementation of the ambitious Musi Riverfront development project. Officials have now issued evacuation notifications for the land acquisition. However, residents are protesting this move, saying it will render them homeless. Here's the full report. Take a look.
The Telangana Congress government has issued a notification to evacuate apartments near the Musi River to construct the tallest Mahatma Gandhi statue. The project, worth Rs 5,000 crores, is the ambitious Musi Riverfront development project in Hyderabad.
Don't make us homeless! Don't make us homeless! Don't make us homeless! Don't make us homeless!
A notification issued by the Congress government to this particular residents here saying that they fall under the buffer zone for their ambitious Musi Riverfront project, so that they have to be evacuated. This particular notice issued to them, they have given them 60 days time to evacuate this particular residents. However, the residents here are claiming that this particular notice will make them homeless, will throw them out of their house, and they have been living here for several years and decades with their families living here for several decades, and asking them to evacuate this particular resident just in 60 days is something that is unacceptable, and the residents here have been protesting.
The project is facing backlash from the residents, mostly retired defense personnel and senior citizens who have lived there for decades.
They want to acquire entire apartment. We have 2 blocks, entire 6 point some change land. They want to acquire. They gave a notice for the acquisition. They are following the process of the acquisition, and we requesting them. We doesn't want to. We had our GBM unanimously passed a resolution not to surrender our land.
The project, named Gandhi Sarovar Project, estimated to be set up in a sprawling 200 acres, has become controversial, with the government deciding to evacuate nearly 500 families living in Madhu Park Ridge apartments in Banglagura Jagir near Musi River. Residents claim that they do not oppose the project, rather they urge to implement without having to displace them.
Okay, I purchased this flat in 2017. So that time I have verified all the legal documents. Okay, that time we came to know that according to GO 2010, the builder need to leave 9 meters buffer zone. As you can see, there is a more than 9 meter buffer zone is there. After that, in 2012, they released one more GO where they mention like any new construction which is beside riverbed, they need to follow 30 meters buffer zone. So they already given permission in 2010, and this construction is completed in 2012. Already people are occupied these flats. So now suddenly they are saying it is illegal and builder didn't follow the 30 meters buffer zone.
Meanwhile, Mahatma Gandhi's great-grandson, Tushar Gandhi, have strongly condemned the move, saying displacing residents to create space for a Gandhi statue is the most un-Gandhian action, and appealed the Telangana Chief Minister to not do it. The Telangana government clarified that structures earmarked fall within the designated buffer zone. However, residents claim that the apartment complex, built legally in 2007, did not come under the buffer zone and oppose the proposed acquisition. Residents are protesting the move for the past 10 days and are adamant on not moving out of their homes.
And now, viewers, in a big setback to Kerala's story too, Kerala High Court has officially stayed the release of the film, which was in fact originally scheduled to hit the theatres tomorrow, that's February 27. Here's a breakdown of what exactly unfolded with the movie and what is the court saying now. Take a look.
Justice Bechu Kurian Thomas issued an interim stay on the film for 15 days. The court observed that the Central Board of Film Certification seemingly failed to apply its mind properly when granting the film a UA certificate. The court also noted that the content of the film, particularly in the teaser, had prima facie potential to distort the public perception and disturb communal harmony. The judge also noted that since the film claims to be based on true events, the concerns raised by the petitioners about the misrepresentation and causing social discord seems valid. Meanwhile, the Central Board of Film Certification has been directed to re-examine the film and the petitioners' concern within the next 2 weeks.
Now, viewers, on the edge of India's western frontier, where our brave soldiers stand guard day and night, the Indian Army's Western Command today showcased its unmatched combat readiness and lethal precision. Meanwhile, in a strong address, the Western Army commander highlighted the significance of last year's operations, saying that the army gave Pakistan a befitting reply during Operation Sindoor. He warned that if Pakistan attempts any conflict again, India will ensure that they are taught a hard lesson. Take a look at this report.
On the edge of India's western frontier, where our courage has been tested time and again, the Western Command of the Indian Army lays bare its unmatched combat readiness. From Dhyan Chand Stadium in Pathankot, a demonstration of power and precision unfolds. The Bhairav Battalion, a unit at the cutting edge of ground warfare, stands shoulder to shoulder with the Ashni platoon, the Indian Army's aerial power. Apache helicopters, intelligence and surveillance vehicles, and state-of-the-art counter-drone systems display a combat network built for the 21st century battlefield. Every tank, every drone, every system is not just hardware, it's a statement emphasizing that India is prepared. and India is vigilant. Meanwhile, as Western Army Commander Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar addressed the nation, he honored the heroes of Operation Sindoor, the campaign that delivered a decisive, resounding response to cross-border provocations. In his address, the Western Army Commander laid emphasis on how crucial last year was and how the army gave Pakistan a befitting reply in Operation Sindoor. He warned sternly that if Pakistan attempts again, India will teach them a hard lesson. He also asserted that the danger is not over yet, and this time preparations are heavier than ever.
सिंदूर में जैसा आपने देखा कि हमने 7 तारीख को उनके सभी टेररिस्ट बेसिस पर हमला किया था, उसके बाद उन्होंने कुछ जवाबी कार्रवाई की और उसके जवाब में जो हमने
All right, viewers, we've got a big breaking news. Enforcement Directorate has now filed a prosecution.
Breaking news that former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram has now been charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate in the Aircel Maxis case. In fact, we are just being given to understand that this case has been filed in the Rouse Avenue court. The charge sheet has been filed here and they have basically charged him of money laundering. I'll just quickly take you through the details of the charge sheet that I've just got from my source. In fact, this is what they have mentioned in the charge sheet that they have filed, that the investigation has revealed that the then Finance Minister P. Chidambaram had basically granted approvals to Aircel Maxis in lieu of quid pro quo. So you have the former Finance Minister, the UPA government, being charged for quid pro quo. There is a corruption case in which now P. Chidambaram has been named, and further details emerging from the investigation, the charge sheet that has been filed. They say the foreign investor had basically applied for approval of the government for FDI of almost about $800 million. Now that's the number that has been put out by the Enforcement Directorate in the charge sheet, where they're saying USD about 3,569 crore rupees. That's the charge that they've leveled. In fact, this has also been filed before the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. In fact, this matter was basically raised before the CCEA for the nod to be given for Aircel Maxis as far as their operations in India is concerned. Now, they say that there is a larger conspiracy at play. The approval was basically given in a fraudulent manner, in a fraudulent, dishonestly granted by then Finance Minister P. Chidambaram. This was in 2006 when the approvals were basically given to Aircel Maxis for further operations. Let me also take you through more details. They're saying that they're competent to consider and approve the FDI proposals involving total investment, a total investment of about 600 crore rupees. And investigation so far has revealed that illegal gratification of about 1 crore rupees was actually received by Karti Chidambaram. I'm just waiting for a confirmation from my source whether at all Karti Chidambaram has also been charge sheeted. But I can make a mention of the fact that as far as Karti Chidambaram is concerned, they do make a mention of the fact that illegal gratification was allegedly received by Karti Chidambaram, and that was about 1 crore rupees. In fact, this came in to a company that has been linked to Karti Chidambaram, that is MS Advantage Consulting Private Limited. So the money that they took from Aircel Maxis and subsidiary companies were essentially from third parties, and it finally was being routed to companies linked to Karti Chidambaram. In fact, the other point that has been made in the charge sheet is that the financial transactions between Chidambaram and his son Karti Chidambaram has also basically emerged in the investigation. They have revealed that funds that were received by this company called Advantage Strategic Consulting Private Limited have been spent for and on behalf of P. Chidambaram. So they are clearly making a mention that it was the money that was being received by Karti Chidambaram was on behalf of P. Chidambaram. Now, this is how they are substantiating this particular claim by saying that in certain signatures that were made as far as financial transactions are concerned, Karti Chidambaram himself had done it. Now, the other important aspect that has been highlighted here is that they are also picking up that proceeds of crime amounting to about 1 crore rupees has been provisionally attached. They also make a mention of the fact that P. Chidambaram has been named as an accused number 6. So let's just put these details out. P. Chidambaram has now been named as accused number 6 as far as this case is concerned. And the order has been placed before the Honorable Supreme Special Court, Rouse Avenue, by the ED to expedite the trial. So yet another big news now coming in with a prosecution complaint, which is essentially a charge sheet that has been filed against the former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram for his clear role as far as the Aircel Maxis is concerned. Let me just quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now why this is a significant development that has taken place in the Aircel Maxis case, because you're clearly looking at the role of the then Finance Minister emerging from this investigation that has carried out so far, with the Enforcement Directorate clearly stating that for the Aircel Maxis operations in India, an investment of about 600 crore rupees, which was basically expected, the licenses were essentially given in a fraudulent manner. In fact, there was a quid pro quo is what the Enforcement Directorate maintains. And as far as the quid pro quo is concerned, they're clearly indicating that roughly about 1 crore rupees was actually sent to a company that was linked to P. Chidambaram's son, Karti Chidambaram. Advantage Strategic Consulting Private Limited is the company that allegedly received the money from Aircel Maxis and subsidiary companies. So clearly the charge here leveled against the former finance minister is of giving licenses when he was holding power, and the very fact that certain rules and as far as FIPB rules are concerned, they were also flouted by the then finance minister.
All right, so those are the big details that have been revealed now by the ED in the case against former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram. Shravan, do give us more details as to what role he played in exactly giving approval to these companies.
Well, in fact, I'll just take you through some more details I've just received from a source of mine in the Enforcement Directorate with regards to the developments that have actually taken place. Now, this is what they say, that they've already placed the prosecution sanction and they've received orders from competent authority with regards to sanctioning P. Chidambaram, the then Union Finance Minister, in respect of the offence of money laundering, number one. Number two, they're making a mention of the fact that investigation has revealed that the Foreign Investment Promotion Board approval was basically granted by INX Media to INX Media Private Limited during the tenure of P. Chidambaram as the Union Finance Minister. Point number three that they make in the charge sheet is with regards to granting and subsequently regularizing this FIPB approval. Illegal gratification was basically demanded and received through entities that were basically linked to P. Chidambaram. And in fact, they're saying that the financial transactions that were basically taking place in these companies, in which it seems that Karti Chidambaram has been directly linked, they say this was on behalf of the former finance minister P. Chidambaram. They've also taken statements of various individuals of INX Media Private Limited, where they say that these licenses were basically granted in a fraudulent manner. There was pressure, undue pressure that was put on the FIBP board to basically grant those permissions for carrying out operations in India.
Now, Shravan, there's also a mention of some transactions between P. Chidambaram as well as his son Karti Chidambaram, and also he's mentioned that he took some kickbacks. In fact, in the charge sheet, give us more details on that. What exactly was the role played by Karti Chidambaram here?
Well, the mention of this company called Advantage Strategic Consulting Private Limited is a company. In fact, this is an exhaustive, investigation that was also done by Republic Media Network a few years ago, when we had also accessed documents of Advantage Strategic Consulting Private Limited. The question was whether at all Karti Chidambaram was linked to this particular company or not. Now, the documents in possession of Republic TV clearly goes on to indicate that there is a direct link with Karti Chidambaram, number one. Number two, the fact that he was also receiving money from various other entities. There is also a visa scam in which Karti Chidambaram has been probed by the central agencies, where they're basically saying that these are the companies that were basically floated so that they could take the money, particularly money that was, or the proceeds of crime that was generated from these scams, so that they could be diverted and entered into these entities.
Right. Shravan, so we understand now ED has filed.
Well, in fact, Senior Advocate M.R. Venkatesh is joining us on this broadcast. M.R., we have just got information from our sources within the Enforcement Directorate, and in fact I have also got details of the charge sheet that has been filed against P. Chidambaram. They're making a clear mention of the fact that the FIPB approvals that were given to INX Media was done in a fraudulent manner. They're also putting out financial transactions that have taken place between Karti Chidambaram and various other entities. There is a clear case of quid pro quo.
Well, I'm very glad that the ED has finally blown open what we in Tamil Nadu used to call as a Chidambara Rahasyam, punning on the Lord Chidambaram at the Chidambaram temple. Because it was as if the political class will never touch Mr. Chidambaram and he will never be prosecuted. It is a red letter day. And if he is prosecuted and the prosecution is taken to a logical conclusion, probably several people within the legal fraternity within Tamil Nadu will be the happiest. I can assure you that. And this has not come a day too soon. And this was an open and shut case. The FIPB approvals to INX Media was all bunkum, hogwash. This had to be done. And this has taken so long is only perplexing to me. This was an open and shut case. I was completely on top of these matters several years ago, as you will be aware. But I don't know why ED took such a long time to come and finish this investigation.
Emad, just with this development taking place where the sanction has basically been granted effectively, meaning that he would be charge sheeted here. They've already placed it before the Rouse Avenue court. The court has basically given them the permission. In terms of options available for P. Chidambaram here, because all this while, P. Chidambaram maintains that there is no direct evidence that any pressure was actually put on the FIPB board, and this was not an individual decision, but rather a decision that was taken by the FIPB.
Now, well, let us not go too much into the merits, but the fact of the matter is, ED has consistently maintained and not denied by the Chidambaram that the money had actually flown into Kartik Chidambaram's account from various places. Now, the father was in charge of FIPB and the son was allegedly getting all the payments. Now, you don't have to be a Sherlock Holmes to put two and two together. It's basic common sense, basic human nature that the son was allegedly getting payments and the father was definitely approving the FIPB approvals through all his minions in the ministry. Now, that is the fact that we need to factor in this type of situations.
Well, thank you very much, Hebar, for joining us on this broadcast. A big news coming in from the national capital, where the nod has been given for charge sheeting P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister, as far as the Aircel Maxis case is concerned. Ishita.
All right, viewers, that's the big news coming in at this hour. P. Chidambaram has been charge sheeted by ED in a money laundering case. The charge sheet also mentions his son, Karti Chidambaram, and Republic is breaking the story at this point. Big allegations and in fact mentioned in that charge sheet against P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister. It's a case of a money laundering, in fact, involving Aircel Maxis, and now he's been charge sheeted. We'll of course have to see what are the options available for the former finance minister. The son, Karti Chidambaram, is also mentioned in the case, and those are the latest updates, viewers, we're getting at this point about ED filing a sanction against the former finance minister Karti P. Chidambaram, in fact, and the son also, Karti Chidambaram, mentioned in the ED charge sheet. It's a case of money laundering involving ASL Maxis, and we're breaking the story at this point. It's a case that has been going on for a long time now, and former finance minister has now been named by the Enforcement Directorate in its charge sheet, mentioning in fact that he had given some approval to companies. And now the son is also mentioned in the ED charge sheet along with the former finance minister. That's the latest update viewers we're getting at this point on Republic TV. ED has filed a prosecution sanction against the former finance minister. All right, those are the latest update viewers we're getting in this. ED has now filed a charge sheet against the former finance minister. The son, Karti Chidambaram, is also mentioned in it. It is a case of money laundering, in fact, involving ASL Maxis. And we're getting you all the breaking updates on this big story. We have been talking about this, continuous coverage on this. And now ED, in fact, it's a big development that has come in. ED filing a charge sheet which clearly mentions both the father and the son, the former finance minister, as well as the son, Karti Chidambaram. In this case, it seems that trouble is now mounting for both. And now viewers, shifting focus. For the first time, the Indian Air Force shares a video showcasing the Sudarshan S-400 long-range air defense missile system in operation, along with a caption of scoring the longest ever kill recorded in military history. Now, the Indian Air Force had secured the kill using the S-400 Sudarshan air defense system during Operation Sindoor in May last year. Let's take a look at that video that, in fact, has been shared. And now we are on the edge of India's western frontier, where our brave soldiers stand guard day and night. The Indian Army's Western Command today showcased its unmatched combat readiness and lethal precision. Meanwhile, in a strong address, the Western Army commander highlighted the significance of last year's operation, saying that the army gave Pakistan a befitting reply during Operation Sindoor. He warned that if Pakistan attempts any conflict again, India will ensure that they are taught a hard lesson. Take a look at this report.
On the edge of India's western frontier, where our courage has been tested time and again, the Western Command of the Indian Army lays bare its unmatched combat readiness. From Dhyan Chand Stadium in Pathankot, a demonstration of power and precision unfolds. The Bhairav Battalion, a unit at the cutting edge of ground warfare, stands shoulder to shoulder with the Ashni platoon, the Indian Army's aerial power. Apache helicopters, intelligence and surveillance vehicles, and state-of-the-art counter-drone systems display a combat network built for the 21st century battlefield. Every tank, every drone, every system is not just hardware, it's a statement emphasizing that India is prepared and India is vigilant. Meanwhile, as Western Army Commander Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar addressed the nation, he honored the heroes of Operation Sindoor, the campaign that delivered a decisive, resounding response to cross-border provocations. In his address, the Western Army commander laid emphasis on how crucial last year was and how the army gave Pakistan a befitting reply in Operation Sindoor. He warned sternly that if Pakistan attempts again, India will teach them a hard lesson. He also asserted that the danger is not over yet, and this time preparations are heavier than ever.
सिंदूर में जैसा आपने देखा कि हमने 7 तारीख को उनके सभी टेररिस्ट बेसिस पर हमला किया था। उसके बाद उन्होंने कुछ जवाबी कार्रवाई की और उसके जवाब में जो हमने उनके मिलिट्री बेसिस, एयर बेसिस को जिस तरह से बर्बाद किया, उसके बाद उसने फिर सीज़ फायर की मांग की। और सीज़ फायर की मांग सिर्फ डायरेक्टली हमसे नहीं की, हमको लगता है कि और भी देशों के पास उसने अपना ये मैसेज भेजा कि हमें इंडिया से सीज़ फायर करवा दो। नहीं, हम उसकी जहाँ भी इस तरह की हरकतें हैं, कार्रवाई हैं, हम उस पर पूरा नज़र रखे हुए हैं और हमको इस बात का ज्ञान है कि वहाँ पर क्या कार्रवाई हो रही है, वो किस तरीके से अपना टेररिस्ट बेसिस को अगर रिजुविनेट कर रहा है या दोबारा से इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो हमें उसकी जानकारी हासिल है।
Across the border, Pakistan's military leadership clings to relevance by conflict, by exploiting terror proxies, and also by reviving terrorist networks.
पाकिस्तान आर्मी का सपोर्ट है, हमको लगता है कि इन्फिल्ट्रेट कराने में पाकिस्तान आर्मी भी सपोर्ट कर रही है और जो टेररिस्ट ट्रेन होकर आ रहे हैं, हो सकता है उनकी ट्रेनिंग में भी पाकिस्तान आर्मी मदद कर रही है।
Yet time and again, they underestimate the Indian Army's reach and resolve. On the other hand, Operation Sindoor was surgical, precise and decisive. Terror bases were neutralized. Pakistani military installations were heavily targeted. Sindoor 2.0 is being meticulously prepared, deeper, faster, stronger. From drone systems at Western Command to tactical innovations within the Bhairav Battalion.
पिछली बार जो हमने किया, इस बार हम कुछ और करेंगे, उससे बढ़कर करेंगे, किस हद तक करेंगे और कितना अंदर जाकर करेंगे, ये ऑपरेशनल प्लान का डिटेल है। तो जब ये ग्राउंड पर होगा आपको महसूस होगा कि इस बार जो हुआ है वो पहले से ज़्यादा हुआ।
Remember how Pakistan was in fear, how Shehbaz Sharif was seen worried, and how he went on prostrate and begged for a ceasefire.
जो हमारा पाकिस्तान से बातचीत हुआ था 7 तारीख को हमले के बाद, हमारे डीजीएमओ ने मैसेज भेजा था कि हमने अपनी कार्रवाई पूरी कर ली है, अभी हम बात करना चाहते हैं, पर उसने उस समय बात करने से इनकार किया। और उसके बाद जैसा आपको पता है अगले 88 घंटे जो लड़ाई हुई, और उसके बाद उसने फिर हमको अप्रोच किया जब उसके मिलिट्री बेसिस पर बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ, तो उसके डीजीएमओ ने फिर हमारे डीजीएमओ को अप्रोच किया कि हम बात करना चाहते हैं।
Meanwhile, speaking on US President Donald Trump, claiming that Shehbaz Sharif would have died if he did not mediate, the army commander said this. From the skies above to the land beneath, the Indian Army integrates intelligence, surveillance, and cutting-edge defense systems. Where Pakistan relies on bluff and terror, India relies on innovation, preparedness, and the unyielding valor of its forces. Operation Sindoor was a warning. Today, the Indian Army's might is on display, and a clear message has been sent to Pakistan.
And viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, the CBI registers a case against Anil Ambani, initiating fresh investigation into Bank of Baroda charges.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, At that very moment, while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same spice jet. This is the same spice jet that does not have the money to play the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna to Delhi on 19 June 2022. It caught fire soon after taking off from the airport. Flames were seen on the left wing of the aircraft. 2 blades were bent. So you should see the visuals then and now, ladies and gentlemen. Then and now. Look at that and now. Ladies and gentlemen, a SpiceJet plane catches fire in mid-air in December. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is 19 June 2022 and then now. And you are flying at your peril in this country. The government couldn't care less. SpiceJet is a near bankrupt airline. There is a nice duopoly going on between Air India and Indigo. The politicians fly chartered planes anyway. But I want to remind them, 2nd July 2020.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोबूट का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोबूट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोबूट का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोबूट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो। 2 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो। 2 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो। 2 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो। 2 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो। 2 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो। 2 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो। 2 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिं की चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to play the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been.
বাইরের থেকে
After the 2-day successful visit of the Prime Minister from Jerusalem, where he takes off after the joint statement that was issued by India and Israel. On your screens right now, those moments of the Prime Minister with Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah on your screens right now. This comes after a very successful trip of the Prime Minister, in which both the leaders have essentially spoken about affirming the strategic depths of the relationship that has been shared between both the countries. The Prime Minister basically departing for India in a short while from now. Some of the big takeaways are really coming in from the visit of the Prime Minister in Israel. First, with regards to deepening defense ties and also sharing of technology being two key issues that have been spoken about. The other important aspect is with regards to free trade agreement, which both the countries have been essentially indicating that it is work in progress, with both the countries essentially looking at what could be the broad contour of the free trade agreement that is going to be signed between both the countries. In fact, there you have it, the last images coming in from Jerusalem, before the Prime Minister basically leaves for India after the trip, the 2-day trip in Israel. Well, in fact, on your screens right now, both the leaders and their personal charisma that is essentially shared from what you see, the bare hug between both the leaders. In fact, this was the same image that we saw the moment the Prime Minister basically landed in Tel Aviv, indicating the relationship that both actually share for years put together. And time and again, we have essentially seen that the personal relationship between both these leaders have translated into deepening ties of both the countries, India and Israel, in terms of on various issues where both the countries have cooperated with each other when it comes to security-related issues, or for that matter, in fact, technology transfers that have taken place between India and Israel, and now both the countries working together for a free trade agreement being worked out. So all this essentially now indicating the fact that the deepening ties between both the countries have a long future ahead. Well, in fact, we'll try and also connect with our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, as these are the images that are now coming in of the Prime Minister who's left from Israel. In fact, we'll move on to the other big stories that we are tracking right now with regards to Well, tonight on This Is Exclusive, I come to you with three special stories. First, the spotlight is on industrialist Anil Ambani, who has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, as we speak, the questioning is still on. But why exactly is Anil Ambani under the lens of the Enforcement Directorate? He was one of India's most celebrated billionaire. In fact, someone who has come up with various business ideas and was at one point in time seen as the world's sixth richest person with a net worth of about $42 billion US. In fact, he controlled the ADAG with major interest in telecom, power, infrastructure, entertainment. And in fact, if you remember those very images of Anil Ambani walking the red carpet, it was an entry that was essentially being made by this man you see behind me into Hollywood. But what really dramatically changed, for much of the early 2000s, the ventures basically symbolized post-liberalization's ambition that even Anil Ambani had. But his dramatic downfall from a top global billionaire to bankruptcy was even driven by unsustainable debt, failed business ventures and intense competition. And primarily in the telecom sector, the company that was being run by him, that was Reliance Communication. The Enforcement Directorate has basically now stepped in after the Central Bureau of Investigation. The latest action that was taken against Anil Ambani was with regards to properties worth about 3,084 crore rupees. That's the amount, the assets that were basically attached by the Enforcement Directorate. And this was the posh Pali Hill bungalow of Anil Ambani that has been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we'll put the spotlight on what the probe documents have essentially revealed. Is there a Chinese link, or is it only about the Indian lenders? We'll take you through all the details, but first, a quick check of what we know so far.
ED's nose seems to get more tightened around Anil Ambani's neck as he appeared before the agency in yet another summoning. ED summoned Anil Ambani in connection with the 4,000 crore rupees money laundering case. This took place a day after Anil Ambani's Mumbai house worth rupees 3,716 crore was attached by the top financial crimes agency. A part of this property worth rupees 473 crore was similarly attached by the ED in November 2025. Meanwhile, a fresh case has also been registered against Anil Ambani by CBI. This after Bank of Baroda accused Anil Ambani for causing wrongful loss of 2,223 crore rupees. Further investigation also revealed that RCom and RITL took loans from SBI. Investigations revealed that loans extended to RCom and RITL were contingent upon personal guarantees provided by the Anil Ambani. CBI registered a case based on SBI's complaints regarding the alleged fraud and diversion of funds. Before the 2025 classification, other banks including Canara Bank had also flagged RCom's account as fraud. According to ED, RCom and its group's companies availed loans from domestic and foreign lenders with a total outstanding of rupees 40,185 crore. With the latest order, the total value of the attachment in this case stands at about 12,000 crore rupees. As the ED tightens the screws and assets worth thousands of crores remain under attachment, Anil Ambani's legal troubles appear far from over.
Well, in fact, taking you through some breaking news now coming in. Details of the investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate basically indicates that the companies that have been linked to Anil Ambani received significant funding from Chinese lenders. with total outstanding dues estimated at 13,558 crore rupees. Documents essentially show that the China Development Bank, that's on your screens right now, extended about 9,134 crore rupees. The Export-Import Bank of China sanctioned about 3,048 crore rupees, and the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China provided 1,374 crore rupees borrowings that are now basically under the scrutiny as the agencies trace the broader financial trail. I'm going to stay with these images that we are putting out right now on your screen. The entire dossier that has been accessed by Republic TV, these are documents with regards to the probe that has been carried out. Let me try and explain why this is significant, because if you trace back, there was also a litigation that took place in London with regards to the loans that were extended by these Chinese banks. On your screen, we have given the bifurcation of the money that was extended. The China Development Bank, Export-Import Bank of China, as well as Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. At least three such banks. So we're talking about 13,000 crore rupees that was extended to companies linked to Anil Ambani. Now, this was in the year 2012 is when the money was given to Anil Ambani linked companies. This was the very time when Anil Ambani was basically diversifying his businesses. In fact, he also went in for financing films at that point in time. This was exactly at the period when he was taking Chinese money. Now, according to the documents that have been accessed, I'm going to go to the next breaking in a while from now. Please hold. In fact, what I'm given to understand is that from the documents that have been accessed by Republic TV, there is a clear mention of the fact that money was being diverted to China. So effectively, the companies that were getting the money from Indian lenders, in fact, what we are being told was given to the Chinese also. Now, on your screens right now, the other important aspect that we are highlighting is about whether at all there was any involvement of Anil Ambani, because all this while the statements that have been issued by companies linked to Anil Ambani, he's largely put the blame on the board, that it is the board that has taken all the decisions as far as these loans are concerned. Now, back in 2016, it seems that there was a personal guarantee that was given to the State Bank of India, and this is the deed that was basically signed by Anil Ambani, and it is here that you would see that Anil Ambani has actually signed that very deed, giving a full personal guarantee as far as the loan that was extended from the State Bank of India. So as far as his role is concerned, it becomes abundantly clear from this personal guarantee document that has been accessed. Now let me take you through the Chinese link that basically emerges. Now, Reliance Communication had actually taken about $925 million loan from three Chinese lenders, and that basically included the China Bank and the Chinese lenders. Let me also take you through some of the details coming in. The CDB, Exim and ICB Bank of China had extended the borrowings. In fact, we're just mixing up some of the graphics here. In fact, this is different than what the Chinese link that we're basically putting out. Anil Ambani's Chinese links, in fact, we'll just remove this graphic right now because this is with regards to the State Bank of India, and State Bank of India had made a mention. Now, on your screens, this is what we're going to stay with. In fact, these are the letters. These are multiple letters that were actually used, and we can also fire the breaking coming in that these were the letters. These were the letters that were basically used by the Chinese banks. In fact, the Chinese banks had written to Anil Ambani. Can we please go back to the letters right now, and the breaking news now coming in as far as the letters are concerned. In fact, these are multiple letters. Also fire the breaking news now coming in. The breaking news here is with regards to at least 5 letters that were written by the Chinese banks to Anil Ambani. On your screens right now, those letters have been accessed. Letter number 1, which is dated on 10th of August 2017, when personal guarantee was invoked for $925 million US. On your screens right now, this is the letter that was written by ICBC, which is basically the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Limited. They had written a letter to Anil Ambani where they are referring to the personal guarantee for the $925 million facility that was advanced by the China Development Bank, Export-Import Bank of China, and the Industrial Commercial Bank of China, and this money that was basically given by the Reliance Communication. The second letter, the follow-up letter that has gone in was on 13th of October 2016, where the bank claims 5 previous letters were already sent. On your screens right now, it's the Chinese chase that we are talking about. Repeated notices were regarding the payment default. Now, all of this basically indicates that there was an escalation as far as the recovery communication is concerned. In fact, there was a mention of it in the litigations that had taken place in London. And Anil Ambani was hoping that this would actually pass. In fact, there was layering of funds that were done, effectively meaning that you are basically getting a set of money from a consortium of banks as far as Indian lenders are concerned, pushing that money out of India, in fact, to related companies. And in fact, the Enforcement Directorate in some of its documents also makes a mention of the fact that this had actually gone to what we are given to understand in China. Whether at all this was to repay the loans that he had taken from the Chinese bank, that is still not known at this point in time and is part of the investigation that has been carried out. Let me also now take you through some more details before we prepare for the next breaking news now coming in. And I'm going to take you through 2 special reports in a short while from now. A quick recap of what we know so far in terms of this investigation that has been carried out. Full-fledged documents that have been accessed by Republic TV right now clearly goes on to indicate that money was actually coming in for a certain purpose, but it seems that it was being diverted by Anil Ambani. In fact, it has been diverted to related parties. In fact, this is part of the 68-page document that has been accessed by Republic TV. That's the first big news that we're getting to you tonight on This Is Exclusive. Well, in fact, let me now take you through the other special story that we're getting to you tonight on This Is Exclusive. Now, the skies over the Pokhran field firing ranges were basically set to witness a breathtaking display of bravery, precision, as well as air dominance. Now, in a spectacle that echoes the spirit of Operation Sindoor, the Indian Air Force has prepared to roar high above the desert and sands with powerful images now coming in, including representational drone formations as well as combat simulations capturing the scale and the intensity of modern aerial warfare. As the Indian Air Force gears up for Vayu Shakti 2026, this will not just be a firepower demonstration, but a statement of strength. From land to space weapon systems to precision bombing runs targeting enemy formations, the show will underline India's rapid response capability and technological edge. In fact, this is a special report coming in from the preparations of the Vayu Shakti, a special report coming in from my colleague Swarali.
Bravery and precision of Operation Sindoor to uproar high in the skies of Pokhran field firing range. As Indian Air Force to demonstrate its might and strength in Vayu Shakti 2026. Impactful visuals of land to space range weapons bombing enemy jets. One of the largest combat shows of Asia. Indian Air Force as the fastest and the fiercest responder to the enemy. Set to stage India's vigilant advanced weapon systems and fighter fleet coordinated operations, including Rafale, Jaguar, Mirage 2000, MiG-29, and short-range loitering munitions Akash Spider amongst others. With the airspace supremacy at play by the air warriors, its clear declaration to the world of New Age Bharat. Drones show visuals of Himalaya, India map, soldier and indigenous tech. one that never starts but indefinitely finishes the war. The ability of Indian Air Force to operate in multiple domains and deliver with indigenous technologies. A fierce promise that helps 140 million necks higher. Combined visuals of entire show. And last shot visual of drone show. IAF logo made by drones.
Well, in fact, Republic TV witnessed this entire exercise that was carried out by the Indian Air Force. Now, this report that you are seeing comes in from my colleague Swarali, who spent almost 48 hours with the Indian Air Force to get a sense of what exercise Vayu Shakti really means. Take a look.
Vayu Shakti 2026, one of the largest combat shows of Indian Air Force, staging mighty prowess of air and land-based weapon systems, networked environments and coordinated operations. Let me tell you, this is supposed to be executed at the Pokhran field firing range, which you can see behind me, located in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer, near Rajasthan's Jaisalmer, which is a very important strategic location for the Indian Air Force and the aspirations of Indian subcontinent and the national borders. Now, let me tell you, air warriors will stage this strength with Rafale, Tejas, Sukhoi 30, MiG 29, Mirage 2000 and others. On the other hand, advanced weapon systems like Akash and Spider will also be demonstrated. The operation of them will be demonstrated. And this is supposed to be executed between 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., which is a 4-hour show, and very, very important. The precision of Indian Air Force is going to be executed. Also, success of Operation Sindoor.
Well, in fact, you saw that Air Force exercise being carried out in Jaisalmer. Let me take you on the edge of India's western frontier, where our brave soldiers stand guard day and night. The Indian Army's Western Command basically today showcased its unmatched combat readiness and lethal precision. Meanwhile, in a strong address, Western Army Commander highlighted the significance of last year's operation, particularly emphasizing Operation Sindoor, saying that the army gave a befitting response during that entire operation. He warned that if Pakistan attempts any conflict again, India will ensure they are taught a hard lesson.
On the edge of India's western frontier, where a courage has been tested time and again, the Western Command of the Indian Army lays bare its unmatched combat readiness. From Dhyan Chand Stadium in Pathankot, a demonstration of power and precision unfolds. The Bhairav Battalion, a unit at the cutting edge of ground warfare, stands shoulder to shoulder with the Ashni platoon, the Indian Army's aerial power. Apache helicopters, intelligence and surveillance vehicles, and state-of-the-art counter-drone systems display a combat network built for the 21st century battlefield. Every tank, every drone, every system is not just hardware, it's a statement emphasizing that India is prepared and India is vigilant. Meanwhile, as Western Army Commander Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar Katiyar addressed the nation, he honored the heroes of Operation Sindoor, the campaign that delivered a decisive, resounding response to cross-border provocations. In his address, the Western Army Commander laid emphasis on how crucial last year was and how the Army gave Pakistan a befitting reply in Operation Sindoor. He warned sternly that if Pakistan attempts again, India will teach them a hard lesson. He also asserted that the danger is not over yet, and this time preparations are heavier than ever.
सिंदूर में जैसा आपने देखा कि हमने 7 तारीख को उनके सभी टेररिस्ट बेसिस पर हमला किया था। उसके बाद उन्होंने कुछ जवाबी कार्रवाई की और उसके जवाब में जो हमने उनके मिलिट्री बेसिस, एयर बेसिस को जिस तरह से बर्बाद किया, उसके बाद उसने फिर सीज़ फायर की मांग की। और सीज़ फायर की मांग सिर्फ डायरेक्टली हमसे नहीं की, हमको लगता है कि और भी देशों के पास उसने अपना ये मैसेज भेजा कि हमें इंडिया से सीज़ फायर करवा दो। नहीं, हम उसकी जहाँ भी इस तरह की हरकतें हैं, कार्रवाई हैं, हम उस पर पूरा नज़र रखे हुए हैं और हमको इस बात का ज्ञान है कि वहाँ पर क्या कार्रवाई हो रही है, वो किस तरीके से अपना टेररिस्ट बेसिस को अगर रिजुविनेट कर रहा है या दोबारा से इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो हमें उसकी जानकारी हासिल है।
Across the border, Pakistan's military leadership clings to relevance by conflict, by exploiting terror proxies, and also by reviving terrorist networks.
पाकिस्तान आर्मी का सपोर्ट है, हमको लगता है कि इन्फिल्ट्रेट कराने में पाकिस्तान आर्मी भी सपोर्ट कर रही है और जो टेररिस्ट ट्रेन होकर आ रहे हैं, हो सकता है उनकी ट्रेनिंग में भी पाकिस्तान आर्मी मदद कर रही है।
Yet time and again, they underestimate the Indian Army's reach and resolve. On the other hand, Operation Sindoor was surgical, precise and decisive. Terror bases were neutralized. Pakistani military installations were heavily targeted. Sindoor 2.0 is being meticulously prepared, deeper, faster, stronger. From drone systems at Western Command to tactical innovations within the Bhairav Battalion.
पिछली बार जो हमने किया, इस बार हम कुछ और करेंगे, उससे बढ़कर करेंगे। किस हद तक करेंगे और कितना अंदर जाकर करेंगे, ये ऑपरेशनल प्लान का डिटेल है। तो जब ये ग्राउंड पर होगा, आपको महसूस होगा कि इस बार जो हुआ है वो पहले से ज़्यादा हुआ।
Remember how Pakistan was in fear, how Shehbaz Sharif was seen worried, and how he went on prostrate and begged for a ceasefire.
जो हमारा पाकिस्तान से बातचीत हुआ था, 7 तारीख को हमले के बाद हमारे डीजीएमओ ने मैसेज भेजा था कि हमने अपनी कार्रवाई पूरी कर ली है, अभी हम बात करना चाहते हैं, पर उसने उस समय बात करने से इनकार किया। और उसके बाद जैसा आपको पता है, अगले 88 घंटे जो लड़ाई हुई और उसके बाद उसने फिर हमको अप्रोच किया। जब उसके मिलिट्री बेसिस पर बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ, तो उसके डीजीएमओ ने फिर हमारे डीजीएमओ को अप्रोच किया कि हम बात करना चाहते हैं।
Meanwhile, speaking on US President Donald Trump, claiming that Shehbaz Sharif would have died if he did not mediate, the army commander said this. From the skies above to the land beneath, the Indian Army integrates intelligence, surveillance, and cutting-edge defense systems. Where Pakistan relies on bluff and terror, India relies on innovation, preparedness, and the unyielding valor of its forces. Operation Sindoor was a warning. Today, the Indian Army's might is on display, and a clear message has been sent to Pakistan.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी।
पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना। लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
Premium Plus by Century ProWood.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The trail, the evidence, the circuitous links. The deepest investigation into the Anil Ambani fraud. Arnab breaks part 1 of the Anil Ambani scam at 8 p.m. tonight.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV and this is what is trending tonight at 7:30 p.m. with me, Gesu Bharadwaj. Now, we've brought you a plethora of stories from phone screens to big screens. Trending stories are everywhere and we're not letting you miss out on anything that's topping the charts. Number one. We're looking at Stephen Hawking and his role in the Epstein files. There are certain pictures that have floated on the internet, very controversial ones. The second story that we're moving on is the Kerala story to Rao now. In the latest, the Kerala High Court has said that the film cannot be aired without the audience watching it first, the court audience. The third story now that we're moving on to on Trending Tonight is the Jammu and Kashmir budget versus the International Monetary Fund bailout. What's happening in that? We'll take a close look. In fact, the fourth story on cards is how the Congress party has now paid an influencer to run down artificial intelligence, a huge hoax that we will uncover on Trending Tonight. The fifth story that we're working with is Kim's daughter to be the next successor. We're talking North Korea and we're talking about his teen daughter. But from what pictures reflect, she really could be. Starting first with the top story for the evening. Now, viewers, a newly surfaced photo of legendary physicist Stephen Hawking from the latest Epstein file disclosures is triggering global chatter, but his family is firmly setting the record straight. The image, dating back to a 2006 quantum cosmology conference in the Caribbean, shows Hawking reclining poolside, smiling and holding a drink, flanked by two bikini-clad women. Online speculation quickly followed, with social media drawing sensational conclusions. But Hawking's family has issued a clear clarification, claiming that the women were his long-time professional caregivers from the UK.
as he lived with advanced motor neuron disease. The family has strongly dismissed any insinuations as wrong and far-fetched, stressing that the image is being taken out of context amid renewed scrutiny of Epstein-linked events. Meanwhile, viewers, the Epstein files fallout has now reached Davos. World Economic Forum President Borge Brende has resigned with immediate effect after disclosures revealed past contact with Jeffrey Epstein. An internal probe found Brende maintained communication and even attended business dinners with Jeffrey Epstein years after his conviction, though no wrongdoing has been alleged. Brende says he stopped down to prevent distraction to the WEF's work as the Davos body moves to contain reputational damage amid the widening Epstein document revelations. Now, viewers, for the second thing that we're tracking on Trending tonight, now in a major setback for the makers of Kerala Story 2, the Kerala High Court has halted the film's theatrical release just a day before it was set to hit the big screens. Justice Bechu Kurian Thomas granted an interim stay, reportedly for up to 15 days or until further hearings, raising serious questions over the CBFC's decision to grant the film an adult certificate. The court observed that the board may have failed to properly apply its mind to the film's content and its potential social impact, as petitioners warned of misinterpretation of Kerala, threats to communal harmony, and damage to the state's reputation. The court has also barred the makers from releasing or transferring or even distribution rights during the stay, while notices have been issued to the centre, CBFC, and the producers. The controversial sequel, which portrays women being lured into interfaith marriages and forced conversions, has faced backlash since its trailer launch. With the film now on hold and the CBFC under scrutiny, the makers are expected to move a higher bench, making this legal and political flashpoint far from over. Viewers, now at the UN Human Rights Council, India turned up the heat on Pakistan with a sharp reality check over Jammu and Kashmir. Exercising the right to reply, India's representative Anupama Singh dismissed Islamabad's claims as misinformation and said Pakistan must be living in la-la land if it cannot see the scale of development in the region. The standout jab is Jammu and Kashmir's development budget is over rupees 1 lakh crore, is more than double Pakistan's recent International Monetary Fund bailout package. A contrast, it says, reflects growth on one side and economic distress on the other. Reaffirming its position, India told the UN body that Jammu and Kashmir was, is and will always remain an integral part of India, adding that the only outstanding issue is Pakistan's illegal occupation of parts of Indian territory. In a forum known for diplomatic restraint, the message from India was blunt, focused on your internal crisis, not propaganda to Pakistan.
India is compelled to exercise its right of reply in response to references made to it during the high-level segment by Pakistan and the OIC. We categorically reject these allegations. The OIC, by parroting Pakistan's propaganda, only reveals how deeply it has allowed itself to be co-opted by one member, reducing itself to an echo chamber for one country's political compulsions. Pakistan's incessant propaganda now reeks of envy. We have no desire to dignify such propaganda, however, we'll make a few points to dismantle it with facts. Jammu and Kashmir was, is, and will always remain an integral and inalienable part of India. No amount of wishful rhetoric or audacious propaganda by Pakistan can alter the immutable fact that the accession of Jammu and Kashmir to India was completely legal and irrevocable, and in accordance with Indian Independence Act of 1947 and the international law. In fact, the only outstanding dispute regarding this region is the illegal occupation of Indian territories by Pakistan. We call upon Pakistan to vacate these areas which remain under its forcible occupation. Mr. President, it is indeed hard to take lectures on democracy from a country where civilian governments rarely complete their terms. They ring hollow. The record voter turnout in general elections and assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir is a testimony to the fact that people of Jammu and Kashmir have rejected the ideology of terrorism and violence propagated by Pakistan and are surging ahead on the path of development and democracy. Mr. President, if the Chenab Rail Bridge, the world's highest bridge inaugurated in Jammu and Kashmir last year, is fake, then Pakistan must be hallucinating or living in the La La Land. Or maybe Pakistan finds it unbelievable that the developmental budget of Jammu and Kashmir is more than double the recent bailout package they sought from the IMF. Mr. President, to conclude, despite Pakistan's efforts to destabilize the region through relentless state-sponsored terrorism, Jammu and Kashmir continues to surge ahead, politically, economically, and socially. Pakistan would do well if it focuses on fixing its deepening internal crisis than to mask them with grandstanding at such platform. The world can certainly see through its charade.
Viewers, did we promise to not let you miss out on anything that's trending tonight? Here's a look at other stories that are topping the charts. These are hot trends for you. Take a look. Japan has unveiled an AI-powered robot monk that can chant scriptures, answer life questions, and also guide visitors. As temples face a shortage of human monks, spirituality is getting a high-tech companion. At 501 kilometers per hour, the future felt within reach. During his visit to Japan, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath experienced the cutting-edge SCMA GLEV train in Yamanashi, a next-generation high-speed system that can exceed 500 kilometers per hour. Calling it a glimpse into tomorrow's infrastructure, Adityanath highlighted how technology at this scale brings the future closer than ever. Because when innovation moves this fast, progress is no longer a promise, it's already on the track. China is turning morning drills into dance floors as students now perform exercises to high-energy techno-boosting focus, fitness and viral appeal in one synchronized move. Lakshadweep saw a powerful show of joint forces as India conducted exercise Kalari Leap. Air, sea and special forces moved in sync, sending a clear message of maritime readiness. Nine months before release, Ramayana Part 1 has already lit up Los Angeles. A first-cut screening drew rave reactions for its epic sail, jaw-dropping VFX and rooted storytelling, signaling Bollywood's boldest mythological spectacle yet. A routine red light turned into a nightmare in Omaha, Nebraska, when a massive sinkhole suddenly opened, swallowing an SUV and pickup in seconds. No major injuries have been reported, but the shocking visuals are a reminder. Sometimes the road literally gives way. In Colombia, a mud volcano erupted in a fiery spectacle, flames shooting sky high as flammable gases ignited. No human casualties, but livestock lost. Vegetation burned and roads cracked, nature's warning shot loud and clear. In Japan, young students welcomed Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath with a namaskar, Sanskrit shlokas, and even Hindi introductions. A cultural moment that signals India's soft power is traveling well beyond its physical borders. Meera Rajput melted Instagram with a romantic birthday tribute to Shahid Kapoor, calling him the love of her life. From cozy hugs to beachside PDA, Bollywood's power couple served pure relationship goals. 30 years after Heat, the sequel is finally heating up. Leonardo DiCaprio and Christian Bale team up for Heat 2 with Michael Mann back in the director's chair, and fans already calling it a crime epic of the decade. Viewers, now India's political slugfest has entered the creator economy. Several influencers now claim they were approached by Congress-linked handlers and offered 10,000 to 25,000 rupees per reel to post negative content about the India AI Summit, branding it useless and pro-corporate. Screenshots and testimonies circulating online suggest a coordinated pitch with scripted talking points. Meanwhile, the Congress has not issued an official response and the claims remain unverified. But the controversy is already snowballing across social media. From campaign rallies to content calendars, the fight for narrative control is shifting to reels, reach, and the power of algorithm.
मैंने बेवकूफ लोग देखा है, बहुत बेवकूफ लोग देखा है, पर कोई भी कांग्रेस की पीआर टीम से क्लोज नहीं आ पाया. दे हैव सेंट मी अ टेक्स्ट, मी जो उनकी 4 दिन से बुराई कर रहा है, उसे उन्होंने टेक्स्ट भेजा है कि यार आप थोड़ी बुराई कर दो एआई समिट की कि कितना घटिया मिसमैनेजमेंट था. हाँ जी, मिसमैनेजमेंट तो था, पर वो आपकी तरफ से था, हमारी तरफ से नहीं था. रिसर्च कर लेते थोड़ा, मेरी आईडी में 2 दिन वीडियो देख लेते मैम. बट हाँ, रिसर्च फ्रॉम कांग्रेस, आई एम ओनली डन दैट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग इट फ्रॉम यू ऑल. तो ये पीआर तो चलेगा नहीं आपका. थैंक यू सो मच. मैंने बेवकूफ लोग देखा है, बहुत बेवकूफ लोग देखा है, पर कोई भी कांग्रेस की पीआर टीम से क्लोज नहीं आ पाया. दे हैव सेंट मी अ टेक्स्ट, मी जो उनकी 4 दिन से बुराई कर रहा है, उसे उन्होंने टेक्स्ट भेजा है कि यार आप थोड़ी बुराई कर दो एआई समिट की कि कितना घटिया मिसमैनेजमेंट था. हाँ जी, मिसमैनेजमेंट तो था, पर वो आपकी तरफ से था, हमारी तरफ से नहीं था. रिसर्च कर लेते थोड़ा, मेरी आईडी में 2 दिन वीडियो देख लेते मैम. बट हाँ, रिसर्च फ्रॉम कांग्रेस, आई एम ओनली डन दैट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग इट फ्रॉम यू ऑल. तो ये पीआर तो चलेगा नहीं आपका. थैंक यू सो मच.
हदी हो गई. मैंने गलगोटिया यूनिवर्सिटी को क्रिटिसाइज करके आई समिट पे एक वीडियो क्या बना दिया. मुझे लिटरली ये मैसेज आया और इसके बाद कॉल भी आया है कि क्या आप हमारे लिए एक वीडियो बना सकते हो कांग्रेस पीआर टीम की तरफ से, जिसमें आप मोदी जी को क्रिटिसाइज करो कि मोदी जी ने एआई समिट में पैसा वेस्ट करा है और एआई समिट सिर्फ उनके पीआर के लिए रखा गया. भाई एटलीस्ट उन लोगों को तो मैसेज करते जो तुम्हारे लॉयल चमचे हैं, हम लोगों को क्यों. मतलब ये कांग्रेस वाले सिर्फ गलगोटिया की गलती की वजह से पूरे एआई समिट को ही बदनाम करने का प्रोपेगेंडा चला रहे हैं, जैसे वहां कोई जेन्युइन इनोवेशंस तो थे ही नहीं.
ये पूरा सोचा समझा प्रयोग है, ये कोई संयोग नहीं है. और ऐसे लोग, अब हो सकता है कुछ लोग पैसे के लिए चक्कर में गिर जाएं, तो अगर आपको ऐसी कोई रील दिखे जहां पे एआई समिट को गलत बताया जा रहा है और बोला जा रहा है कि कैसे पैसे वेस्ट हो रहे हैं, ये सब, मतलब जहां देश एआई नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर है और इंडिया पहले इसकी सीरियसनेस समझ गया है और पहली बार स्टेप ले रहा है. अपने टाइम में तो इन्होंने कुछ काम किया नहीं, सब कुछ भगवान भरोसे छोड़ दिया. कोई जमीन कब्जा कर रहा है तो जमीन दे दो, वहां कुछ उगता नहीं है. चाहे नाना दादा पिताजी माताजी सब ने कल्याण ऐसे किया, और 15 साल में जो इतने बड़े चेंजेस आ रहे हैं देश में, उसके ऊपर ये पानी फेरना चाह रहे हैं. तो बहुत ही शर्म की बात है यार. स्क्रीनशॉट मैंने आपको दिखा दिया, लगा दिया, आप खुद ही देख लो, बताना. मुझे तो बहुत ही गुस्सा आ रहा है इस बात पे, और बहुत ही, क्या बताऊं, इस फीलिंग को मैं एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पा रहा. मैं सैड भी हूं और गुस्सा भी हूं साथ साथ.
Viewers, now North Korea's Power Theatre is getting a new face and she is just 13. Kim Jong-un's daughter, Kim Joo-a, has once again stepped into the global spotlight, walking the red carpet beside her father at a massive military parade in Pyongyang. The striking detail? Father and daughter duo, both in matching black leather coats, a signature symbol of authority in North Korean political imagery. In a regime where symbolism speaks louder than words, Joo-a, dressing like the supreme leader, signals one thing: a carefully staged glimpse of the future. And according to reports, it has already hinted that she's being groomed as successor. And now reports suggest the teenager has been given an official role in the missile administration, tying her image directly to North Korea's most powerful military program. From parade platforms to strategic posts, the message from Pyongyang is subtle but unmistakable. The Kim dynasty may already be preparing its next ruler. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up tonight's edition, here's a power-packed glimpse of India's aerial might on the horizon. The Indian Air Force is all set to unleash its firepower at Vayu Shakti 2026 in Pokhran in Rajasthan. After a flawless full-dress rehearsal, air warriors stand mission-ready, targets blocked, precision assured. On the 27th of February, witness the sky roar with courage, technology and unmatched combat precision. Until then, keep your eyes on the skies because India's air power is ready to soar.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना. लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है. यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां.
Premium Plus by Century ProWood.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. विद यू लाइक फैमिली. विद यू ऑलवेज.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला. स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to play the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna to Delhi on 19 June 2022. It caught fire soon after taking off from the airport. Flames were seen on the left wing of the aircraft. 2 blades were bent. So you should see the visuals then and now, ladies and gentlemen. Then and now. Look at that and now. Ladies and gentlemen, a SpiceJet plane catches fire in mid-air in December.
Was there a paid campaign to defame the AI summit? BJP claims political collab using influencers. BJP versus Congress fight over influencers is the debate tonight at 9 p.m. Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
Premium Plus by Century ProWood.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.